Senyo weda Irangwana boy Otobiye Otofata Fata Nkrume Otobiye Ebrebia member Kromano Sa station we ya na metie enti osofo afidie ne to a ne tie be wate data Kennedy makram
I went to for radio. Papa Smiley, I went to my wamo. I went to for radio. I put to 77 put the man on you. I went to for radio. Papa Smiley, I went to my wamo. And now he goes by the name Papa Smiley and got the vibes that will make you feel irate. Tune in and stay tuned to Bamaso. It's a party the king Smiley. Nana walk so. Yo, on in Nanka Saturn and Web. Napam phone so reborn in Chidom. From Monday to Friday, 3 to 7 p.m. Tune into Bamaso on a 24 radio. Yo, 24 radio. I put to 77 put the man on you. I went to 4 radio. Papa Smiley, I went to see my wamo. I went to 4 radio. I put to 77 put the man on you. I went to 4 radio. Papa Smiley, I went to see my wamo. Yo, from here to foreign, you give us a reason to listen to radio. Papa Smiley, a nyabo.
Eye Bamaso. And Penisa, yes, Sumanian Sophonia, Sumana Montenten, and no confess a crumwa or Timubi. Could see a Papa Smiley in the bed of Fatanasi. Obedu chum, my moon some, a man woman some, and in some polo. No mercy for the cripple. Papa, you chummy uncle.
Popule boy, na. Oh yeah, so pass some Daniel for two some more. I'm going to for radio. Till me, Bamaso. So pass some Daniel for two some more. I'm going to for radio. Till me, Bamaso. To make it require to be dessert. Bamaso, hey, super. I'm going to make it require to know it is that. Bamasui, hey, super. I'm going Achibabo Kao, Fire Chief Kao, Prince Bombardier Kao, and Jana Casa Papa Smiley, Achibabo Kao, Fire Chief Kao, Prince Bombardier Kao, and Jana Casa Papa Smiley, Bebo Yumpa. Bamaso, Obebo Nyumba Mweni Ajiba, Bamaso, Obeko Wasempa Mwe Futuba, Bamaso, Obemo Wajimba Diabo Braba, Akwentu for radio, till me, Obebo Nyumba, Obema Weni Aji, Obeko Wasempa, Obetu Fuba, Bamaso, yeah. Atibobo kao, Fire Chief kao, Prince Bombadi kao, Ejana Kasa Papa Smiley, Bebo Nyumpa, Bamaso, Obebo Nyumpa, Mweni Ajiba, Bamaso, Obeko Wasempa, Mwe Futupa, Bamaso, Obemo Wajimpa, Diabo Brapa, Akwentufu Radio, Tune in, Bamaso. Monday to Friday, 3 to 7 p.m. Papa Smiley, Mwanon ko.
The 2nd of September 2020 and approximately 10 minutes gone past 1500 hours. We're here once again. live on Ak24 Radio, Brabopa Radio, as well as Ak24 Radio GH, Bama, so we call it. Around here, we have a very simple objective, and that is to figure out what we have to be doing in our own small ways, medium ways, or depending on which corner that you may find yourself. You may be a member of parliament, you may be a pastor of a church, you may, whatever the situation may be, you may be the leader of a larger group. Wherever that you find yourself, what we have to be doing in such places in order to deliver that very beautiful Ghana that we want. As simple as that. So irrespective of whichever position that you play in the national team here does not mean Black Stars. This national team is the national team that seeks the development of the whole country. Yes, that is what we call the national team here. Now, irrespective of wherever position that you play in that team, you have to do something. Even if you are a cook in the team, you have to do something. Even if you are a cleaner in the team, you have to do something. You are a musician in the team, you have to do something. You are a doctor in the team, you have to do something. Whatever the position you play in this team, we come here just to figure out what we have to do to make that Ghana a reality. Now, if we all adopt this kind of consciousness that prompts us to know that we have to be co-creators of that Ghana that we want to live in, I bet you we wouldn't sit back and just be complaining as to things not going the way we want it to be. So around here, we have come to that understanding that whatever the situation may be, we are co-creators of the Ghana that we want. And no matter what, we have to be using our creative abilities in ways that will deliver that Ghana that we want. So from this very moment until whenever we will draw the curtain, it is incumbent upon all of us to assume the position of co-creators. So we will be able to figure out what we have to be doing to put that beautiful Ghana on the table. So simple, but quite tough, going by these very simple philosophies. But hey, one thing that stops many people from not being able to, give out their best is the fact that they tend to value their secondary identities more than their primary identity. Yes, one of the reasons why that happens a lot. And believe you me, I have said over here that if anything is to cause you to regard anybody less of a Ghanaian comes your way, what it means is you are regarding whatever caused you to regard anybody less of a Ghanaian as more important than Ghana itself. So this is how it looks like. If the fact that someone belonging to a smaller group, a political party, whatsoever, makes you disregard that person as a Ghanaian, and actually, truly, you've been hearing and you've been seeing some of these things, it causes you to actually treat or regard that person less of a Ghanaian. What you are telling yourself, you, the big brain, yes, you, the big brain, what you are telling yourself is that which caused you to see someone less of a Ghanaian is bigger than Ghana itself. So it could be, say, someone being an NDC member, someone being an NPP member, and because of that, the way you talk to the person, you think a member of a certain political party and what have you, it's got no, someone may say, I don't understand. Maybe you don't have any sense in, yes, and as such, you give that person some treatment and what have you. All that you are telling yourself is, what is causing you to disregard the person, less of a Ghanaian, is more important than Ghana itself. But around here, Ghana is what we look at. So no matter the situation, we know you are a Ghanaian. Maybe you may have missed your way in valuing your secondary identity as more important than Ghana itself. Well, that is a mental issue that possibly demands a lot of effort in trying to deal with. It is not something that will possibly change overnight. A mental problem needs time to resolve. So we understand, yes. So when people come our way who are still in that consciousness of seeing themselves more belonging to a smaller group within Ghana than Ghana itself, we know what it entails to have such mental issues. So we help them to address all those peculiar issues. So please once again, do away with the secondary identities and put on that very beautiful design left for us by Madame Theodosia Oku. The red, the gold, and the green with the black star in the middle. Be associated with that. In fact, feel you more of a Ghanaian. Yes, feel you, taste you more of a Ghanaian than any smaller group. A member, any member of a smaller group. Feel you in the vast field of Ghana. Feel you there. Just let me know how it tastes. Hold on to that taste. Hold on to that feeling. And talk from there. All right? Make your decisions from that feeling, from that angle, and we will certainly be moving our nation forward beautifully. That is not to say your secondary identities are not important. They are important. But I'll remind you one more time, their measure of importance is simply in how much it promotes the primary identity, which is Ghana. As simple as that. I don't care whatever the group may be it a religious group, a political group, civil society, whatever it is. If it is not promoting the primary identity, what use is it? To this effect, I would humbly welcome you once again to Bamaso. And chia stronko the mudo the mu papa and come maybe ara obi ara video no at a 24 radio sampen pensue and ne eye wuku da September da to so mienu afe empim mienu ene aduonu na yedru Bamaso biom dwumadi etwagu ewo a 24 radio so Abrabopa radio ana a 24 radio GH yabuta ya de aba hanyina eyekuma Eyekuma enso eyekesiye pa yabotaye no ayese mustard seed no eyeketwa. And so all the greatness, all the awesomeness is in that small seed. And ntini abaha and say yebehwe kwan yebefa amo my Ghana afa ntuma pefra. Sa asem ketwa we say eniyeme wura mu no nya niyema ketwa. And we can talk about it for our entire life, and even generations to come will carry on talking about that. Enti memo akwaba edi abadwumadi so enedai na master will say Ghana ntini aba enti enidie ni ahobrase kwan so rowo party ntare nyina gu baabi e ma meet you dozi a okudie no menumum enye opomasi bre na hunu se bibia ema wote odo a owo edema oman Ghana so a bibia anything whatsoever ema wote odo a owo ma oman Ghana eso a na kire se ade na ema wote wodo ema oman Ghana no hunu se esom bosen oman Ghana na banisa se unhu se ade bi e wo oman Ghana mu esom bosen oman Ghana se de me kan no eye mental problem e adwene mu yade uhia ayaresa kese ya ba enti bibia ne honom a be it from the personal perspective to the group level or what have you, there is nothing whatsoever that should cause you to reduce the love that you have for Ghana. Yes, sir. Na issues kakra hedebe abem intimesro Ghana ntini aba ha sei ene yehukwada bra ne nyina once again yento akwantuo no so yenhwe kwan a yebetimi afa ama ye my Ghana afa ntoma pefra. So TNE said the doctors are doing all the way in Roehampton and Atena TNE the anachre say Papa Smiley mujina mabedwafo anamu etonchia mu odene kese pa ene de mawo ene wukwada a question and answers version of Bamaso but ene a very interesting version is answer said the nida yenya owura Kofi Koranteng, an independent presidential aspirant ema yene ne twetwe nkomo kama na ene wa bantem power we say woni fire nyina ba adwuma pe na kyerɛ sɛ ne fire adwuma no bɛba fam kakra so enti ene questions no we are going to direct most of the questions to Owura Kofi Koranteng, and then that we had a very beautiful discussion, and then we are carrying on from where we left off. Enti yenche ho kra no yebekwa ahoma so ne di kan ama fire akwaba ye ma fire akwaba wi a na se Kofi yene na hyase abon komo no right away. Enti fire yifri mu e yenko and the fire
and the papa
and the fire
and the papa
and the fire chief
and the boss Mali.
Opana Vigate.
Good. And
me too good, pa. Me too good. Papa. Ene yaba. Na wa unso he kona ho unse million man ho me wa. Million man ho dia ene me pese o man akwaba. Na ye hye dwumadi na se kama. Ene me you chia me. Man akwaba me enko.
Yo pa asana man akwaba, me so man akwaba. Nso me akwaba. Na mema yatiefo ina akwaba yenu Kofi mena akwaba sonko enra obae enzo aba nti yedena se bebre na waka no emse body enwane at once.
That's right.
Emse yebeto aso na saja ucha atiefo mo daruma bebi a pressure defan.
Okay. Media faho. So yo. And yema Owura Kofi Koranteng akwaba officially. Bema Kofi na enempom to say.
Oh, Mompai bona eye adwuma papa nti anka mesre se ye be kwa batu mi anka eya na mode atata me kakra because me here. Madam say Use fire pa oyi mpaye ama me de na nuse enibre aba na zeze yedamase achi nom busianfo a line suna yichiamo ne yedamase etifu na nso no yichiamo damase se ene dwumedi a yefi ase enra no nso mama ye kwan se yemfa nkyerɛmu a ekwachi emetachi na enyi peye sɛdeɛ obiara nso behu sɛdeɛ enyoma da obiara nso bɛba megimidi sɛ yebewie ene no na emse mo twerɛ kakesia wonso amwa busuafo Ghana on betumi abe volunteer nso na ne woma sunline ewo kanda ha sei be office we tie da mase beautiful na superm sɛdeɛ Papa Smiley kai no Ghana pɛ inti wode we enye kotokone house debi Ghana Black Stars sa inti yedamase yamishira munso inti Papa
beautiful and one referee and one at once pa na on say minim say dwuma da wani su yi no ehia sika pa right na so sha see kra na o si yem dwumade na amanfo san checks akese e dey ba enye bia check no. Is there a cap on how much someone can sign to you, Anna? And I saw we person donate bibi a cap bi or baby as we the old broswa what they assemble by. Is there any cap on it?
To be honest with you, I haven't found that out. But what we say, me kwa Korean shi munume. Na for now, na deɛ mo mmra ebru so a ye be fro na ye de bi kaya na first man ye de beba oi ye de beba the ho no deɛ enhyɛ da in your house am ye papa mesrɛ mo a mo deɛ mo famra but ye be fa ko bi say me good question obi am say am say I'll be honest. And I mean so me say mo hu ye but me kwa ko bi say na yo.
Okay, all right. On say in him say yeah your friend and lobby me wa nti obi wo ha na obi a o timi ma kakraka bi saa no de a kyerɛ say sɛ o kodi akunya na also o hwɛ me nom saa no so ɛno no hu ne sɛ obetimi agye saa cash nim saa.
Well let's see and say say problems are the corruption yaba wo krom ha do kroye ne pii no ɛwɔ saa any policy the unspoken language but sa insise na ase me no nko shawo mu na utwi machi ma me so matwi achi ma na eno na ye ka che busuafo se yes remo a hwe de ye ba be ye wo ho ye man se ye be we enye rehearsals near you the main event.
That's right.
Inti ye pese abusuafo na ti ase na womo we de womo fanche yen se we ni momo de fund your freedom. So freedom na wo peno Dubai na wo pese Ghana ye no Singapore na wo pese Ghana ye no ene de fund it. And the truth of the matter is se wupeu funding ne deɛ wobɛyɛ and papa ma memfa 1 second nkyerɛ mu kakra nkyerɛ etiefo
okay
den tia wobɛyɛ funding no ɛne sɛ ɛda bi bɛba wobɛkɔ hospital ɛduro ni hɔ wokɔ a obi amfiw wokɔ a the nurses ɛsɛ sɛ anka wɔma go through training no wonim deɛ ɔmo yɛ no madam Fubia ne papa wu na nsenya no wonim deɛ ku no te sɛ maame a owu wɔ Rich Hospital yi diagnosed na yɛd man aduro na okowu yɛsɛ no ɔyɛ asthmatic nso na ne pump hyɛ ne kotokuo mu obiara hu because wɔbɛkɔ operation a ɛsɛ sɛ yɛbisa questions 1 2 3 4 bebree na obi a wayɛ surgery wɔ aburokyire biara wahu protocol a wɔn follow no.
That's right.
Ghana ɛntene saa so nti deɛ yɛka no sɛ Smiley one of the biggest killer of Ghanaians living abroad wouldn't the biggest killer of Ghanaians living abroad in Ghana wouldn't be
Ghanaians living
abroad Ghana so we are Ghana near what you aburokyire to say monum say ne fire no ma mo aburokyire agye mo say na mo mpɛ sɛ mo bɛ fie no so mo be group fie a monim de ekuye pa
ya na manfo suru your health system na kakra
ho no bia dwene akɔhye entontom enye entontom automobile accidents upa akɔhwe data no automobile accidents eku Ghana for a level abroad one vacationing and I said one more Ghana sing bibia me who statistic no in fact me yemu shame pa but wokudam kwanso na who said the man for driving na wonni road signs na enioma said the road woko be 40-50 miles per hour na wakofa road bump bi so say boom say wonni good shock absorbers it me to car no ma lose control.
That's right.
Lebo aka kyerɛ me some drive and so no obi ni me sem for drive speed and now no person cars slow down no di ni dwa nti no na ya ramp nti your roads and highway for no ehin wo mo wana so nti the American say busianfo yi say ye ni amre na wosi Kofi in fact, me this time in this country, koye na yetawachi na musika bi ama. Ubaba bedu Ghana, unua bi, upapa bi, umame bi, ubete so yare, ubete se bibi aba, ebi an passport no okwa koye no de abeka ho abuchi ho. Okwa frustration a you be put in through no. Ubaka say, na because o contribution na ma na yentumi amfanye bibi no. Eno nti ultimately no the say Ghana food na say we are hinged to one piece of quilt. Yena ye bom ba ko ontoma ba ko so. Nti bibia eye papa no se Kofi gina baabi na abronti ose omwa papa ultimately no papa kofoma edebi beba na nka esanka papa na nka usomu Kofi o na papa ni ho. So fireman ko inti say obiano we are equally as concerned. Womu ye di said womu be di ye say a foul. The rent you pay for being alive, for having a chance to enjoy this beautiful thing we call life, no, and it's also obebuwa unia. Inti yepese ubie who said, "Dear no, eye meme ne wo se yebeye crazy at say yebe fund your own freedom because one fund freedom now." Obi be fund the amount. Now it's going to be the dearest investment you never get to enjoy because it's at a cost. So, and Smiley, I know one was say abrofo we from now no more can same be say bibia they come together and maybe if he chrome na me bo na India ni bia we be in the store wo osu. Na India ni na we be in the store. Cars best 6 national line. India 4. Meaning baby omote. But what amazes me say womu na ba ho say womo bedi womu dwa. Right now womo beto no yenton bi Ghana stores. On top that. On ko shop right in kudi ni dwa da. Obani nue India ni ho. Na womo to me a recycle womo cities no in their own community. One way was cycling effect, a sote. Sikana fi a community in term, Emma ye more vulnerable to economic attacks. So, inti buawunia why?
Yate pa. Nemo ya korhwe. Ebi ana obi donation no be broke up no so. Na
okay the pa so Smiley won't so na wo kan say the anka ewie ya meba London ho abehia mo na anka said you who here no nka meba the sa meba bosia bi aba na ma behu mo why you dey
ye kasa what ye kasa pa na pressing issues concerning Ghana for wa kwantuo person ba Ghana say your man penny be borders or say udru honmo a ye be your test bi na test no so utua $150 near the IELTS test no again na wo kafa sade no.
Okay, so a couple of things. All right. Minia netene say let's forget about Kofi Koranteng Erika. But say unim Noguchi. What's Noguchi?
That's right.
Okay. One of the top lead consultants ewo Noguchi no abekansi. Tesana waye no. The value and the quality no about $20. And yamina mekun ono wo Noguchi no kan na assessment,
okay.
Professional assessment. Inti then what charge $150. Just say to minua smiley bibia ye wo krom ha no akoye ne se ye pese ye de bogana fo apo ye pese ye de bon ako enye saa no wo cheche omannen ye nitema empanyimfo ne nitema he wo pa me hu bibia ewo man yimu no. It's not about giving value to the Ghanaian. It's about exploiting the Ghanaian. Uba bakrum ha na behe. He so uba yeba Ghana yeba yebedu wama yekoye quarantine, right? Quarantine no hotels depending on hotel I work on utia anywhere from 350 to 400 to 450 to 500 to 550.
A day ana
a day.
Wow.
And dollars.
Okay. Cities. Okay.
Cities. But, minia, 500 cities, 400 cities, no, a huge nut for nipa bi. Che, obia baby same for 40 cities say or the started business da. Inti to charge someone 350 cities, no.
For the hotel, who has some now can see. Say, na home no, I shall say shaky kakra, minstrel. We'll do all our best just to get. However. Maybe I shall say me. It's better to supply free. Come on. A24 radio, a Brabopa radio, and A24 radio GH, and was so eguso no. Yene Kofi Koranteng, yet why you come with the so and a day so. Maybe I didn't share say free no, you see a hoony view. $150 so could drew Ghana see you be borders not to know. You bet charge you just to test you. So we could run and or if you wait there, Master Wa, Obaku Chica cra. Now, Casse will be a beje, will be a busa 40 Ghana. So what the age tree. So
sanity.
A honor to us.
American say, Inti said, we're charge will be 350 cities on fa and hotel per day. It's a huge nut. Now, what they because ye per se ubi or bekrumi, don't get me wrong, ye per se ye screen one year make sure say when ni corona no one fam re Ghana for and they are absolutely right. But in here can say test now we ye no ne bono crano the same amount $150 na. So it just say now we say reasonable to keep people for quarantine, no, and then Oba, which me accord, then we be charge 150 cedis, $150, $150 a year, at least about close to $500. 500
Ghana cedis, yeah. Hey, Ababu.
There be set times 5. Hey, Ampo.
I said,
hey, bro. Hey, Ampo. Me kwan kan beka so okay you dey reduce then 400 there be bro
okay rate am hwe wa ha dia na chese enva ne so dey kwata plus and minus is 850 Ghana cedis.
Wow. That's a lot. So that's a lot. Inti problem inti wo hwe 800 cedis na obi tumi je $40 40 cedis 60 cedis they are pure water business. So, naturally say, would line in nipa at would the emphasis 100 cities crown poa. Obia or babiano, you have a potential to affect 8 lives at 100 cities. So one fan starts business. Inti you can say employment. This is a huge effect in itself.
Okay.
So enso sika no na ya akra ne san ko regimpo no wore dirigu economy no ma anka erenye den wore na afa baabi because obi a oye head of Neguchi na beka say test na wode microphone about $20. So adan ne de bia nti ye pese you take advantage na ebu nipa yenga ye ho nkrofo yaw. Hey, yow. because wonam kroma he maybe menam police headquarters anim mehwe police headquarters wɔ ring road wɔwo me papa gota ada dan na sia da so da ho besi na me no ka say gota no da so da ho ɛyɛ dan kwasa police headquarters, a primary institution of government for the people of Ghana. Between police headquarters and the SIC, so when ring road, got a bit da ho, actually be kono koto ho. Aden. Intini number 1 in open defecation. No. And so no, the priorities okay. Now you see, now me how many say NDC for the MPP for loyalists ne supporters no. Tembia wo kan no won na wo ko. Oh na Kofi wo de wo NDC for echi. Oh now there wo yes say na inti Smiley. What's na bruchiri kakra. Wo de want na bruchiri kra na nka wo te Ghana mpo a. Inti wo hu na efa enya wo fa na.
Oh ade efa.
Papa. Na wonam baby onami no akọ Chelsea pa na onam Nice Bridge na onam Green Park na ohwese na park ne da ho na mofra tumi goru wo so bra behwe afia Sutherland Park wobekese woto bomb na to ho eho fi wura afu chese nkura ne ade chese de nkura na ehayen behwe afia Sutherland Park in the city of Accra. London and Kambakese city of Westminster mumbehwe city of Accra. If we are sudden, just a wonyo be cra no, and a rights ne no, Adon Canary. What is Adon Canary out there?
We did so chim kakra. I say,
someone I must say, muti tree.
I said, there was all your beauty of you.
Sanity.
Okay.
Well, and Nadia on a rusty amofra go cribbage me a chow on one saying your tetanus. What you mean you won't? Nanka why ye park na rights womb na mofra guru na waterfalls be womb near day. Iti a yen fair. Young cotton SUVs a CNC and driveway. Menam ridge a well buadanga na old passport office. What the Bayer Cathedral. And so unipa tencheng or commodin. Oh, Papa, Mamma yes,
I see.
Mamma yes, nipa tehwa or commodin. Listen, I take note because I just want an answer. I want to be at a point that Kofi, you got it wrong. I wish I had gotten it wrong. Papa to you. The same parameter now will be bunuadia cathedral no. Elderly and a mufra tehwa was sika. Why a dispositioned? Say a fault of theirs or not no. The beauty of an organized society ne say ye be so ye be boa won a wan ma won ho so na kosoro. Na won so a won entumi ama won ho so no ya so won.
That's right.
Na ya boa won. Eno na kire se onipa ye ni ebue. So enye se wonam krom na papa car bia be stop no mofra ba betetatetar ho no won sa bobo bi kura ntitwi. Na bi kura ntega na kasa bia no won sa bobo ho wo sese sika. Na obi hu abofra bi ni wheelchair ties ni na ario na tim na SSA anka ye an organized society ye human centered anka te say some friendly na social services are absorb one no what facility a what share one and until ye chia taxes so inti say NDC ni MPP one anye sa na me na wo ba be catch them say Kofi na wo NDC there this is politics and now is not just say why no Smiley make us say why no kofema who say me yawo inti na wona how do we describe you o catch me ebia Kofi you got it wrong inti no wo catch me so onipa wo hu nipa te ho no rebre tokru yi kuru aye no ho na wansena bo no no nya aduani ni no hu gu ho Now behɛ koraa no na most of them no out of hopelessness and they went out of despair. Obi wɔ hɔ no wɔ n'adwuma na bia ne yere agyaa no nti afa ne tim na ɔnenam hɔ. We don't have any service to absorb, sir. Mekofa asalam down ra. Asalam down. Time I was me son, me papa de me fa hɔ a na me suro. Me so bi ba be kyerem. Asalam down. Ɛhɔ tutu na ɛyɛ radicana. It's just say ɛyɛ na me ho wa. Inti institution ɛwɔ hɔ a na anka as abɔdanfo ni na abɔdanfo no what outside no was seriously sika because nurses no crowd wo inside no we need resources no crowd to what if abɔdanfo
yo na Kofi said the Usima narration quite interesting. You see, many people have so many issues, especially when it comes to this cathedral, let alone pulling down structures to make way for the cathedral itself. Now, Mekai, one of the things that got you into the center stage, maybe Ghanaians in the diaspora, call Ghana, na wine huns and simbi debe. In fact, that was when many people got to know of who Kofi Koranteng is. And you know, asamba kwa maka ewo fides, and they say we need people who truly understand our problems as a nation and have very peculiar and scientific ways of solving them. Now, and then baby, a pretty simple. We want to know your understanding of our problem when it comes to education and how you have, through your observation and what have you, decided say this is how you're going to be solving some of the problems that you have come to understand as pertaining to our education. You will be able to go around it. Enti Kofi, mienti kakra, and then fire. Or taking no super no what to talk questions.
Fire ya na what to say why fire. Taking no CBB. Yes sir. Obama me ho ayira o. Na netine say papa. Your problem. I wish say anka there would be a sector, an agency bibia anka ye boy en ho modern sononko wom. Nanka ya kahwasem kakra na ye de acheche yen were. But major sectors ni na no, there is a cancer, unfortunately. She woko yen sites now ko yen provisional operational policies now. Yen number one thing in functional education and labor. Nenti ayeka say functional education no. Nkrofo pii de bia na wokese na Kofi wodo kasa na se na yan panyufo ni pii aba bruchiri won abeko school ti se na wakona binum kra enya degrees sen wo enso wobedu Ghana ababa se won chi kwa na woko wodi omano ko nti the aspect of education no obviously enye beneficial to Ghana for. Adding because Musku are mokoyene, and who am I in faso? Okay, into a couple of things. Papa, we'll say when you give a bad person money, power, and resource, you give them a chance to magnify that energy.
Okay.
When you give a good man power, resource, money, they do good things with it. The underlying difference, of character.
Okay.
School and resource, any sikano, does not change character. Inti wanga no woye abonefo na wotumi ba abrochiri beko school no. Wo beko school no, say when hu a better way a wode bokrom. When hu a better way a wode sisi. Oh, insro. Oh. Muntio.
And yet you pa
When a better way what the bokron, when who a better way what to me the hemorrhage system, no, what they exploit facilities, the resources. It's their mind now, no, on steroids. Bibia na can why another level 1 and level 2, no say why a level 9 and 10. Because one be suya de akaho. Child education ye wo. Inti any papa pino one pese woko politics mu. Inti na politicians ni nim senti wonga ma politics aye a dirty game. Inti obia wo good character, wo a value system of integrity no. One time pe a gura wadi dunturi be for wo ho. Woni ma de friend dunturi.
Kofi na de over so putting me to test pa. O de ati 40 ase ntu de koso.
Mate. Don't tori mu aguru no eye mud fight, mud slinging. Okay. And no friend say don't tori mu aguru.
Asa atechemu agro.
Sa. What you say?
Afi mata se pa.
Se he inti obia odi ne huni na one time pe se aguru no. Chey yen no ma ne yebekwa akone na mu because yen no de abroyen so afroyen emfa yen ho bio so inti ni papa funi na inti wo say inti na wo kan se den when evil thrives when good men and women recline, they sit back. Evil thrives because any papa bone for no say won sa ka power what about be di bone nti won a pi na akwa abrochiri school ni aden bone no wo ntim de da enya abrochiri na ba na be ma won aye hwe e ma won be hu mo nyansa so wo be pop kron no de aye ni ama bone. That's all that is. So inti say no mama yen hwate inti ebe den ne to me education no ne SSA ye say first of all young educational system no and functional.
Okay.
Education no yen approach I take no e bibia ofreni say STEAM. Emphasis on STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics. So adan the call a STEAM approach. Call a STEAM approach if you say it makes human beings, the youth, more rounded. Hwɛ obagana sɛ wanyɛ professional nene na wankɔkora middle ground na ayera inti artisans, craftsmen and women wɔn a wɔwɔ vocational proficiencies at different levels no na ayera yɛnni curriculum a develop yɛn youth no for saa nneɛma ɛno nso nti na wo ba bo nso obi asi ne dan fɛfɛɛfɛ na dan na kyea mesin no wankɔ technical training wɔkyerɛ no wɔ fie so nti yɛn nneɛma no pii no yɛyɛ nso yɛ substandard woba London wonam Bishopsgate wonam White Castle wonam na wohwɛ sɛ wɔn asi dan a wɔde homa na ato ho woba Ghana ɔno no na adwene a wɔde kyerɛ no wɔ fie no ɛno na ɔde to ho na ɔde yɛ nti wobɛwie no na tiles no ebia mema no ho so well saa middle ground vocational sector middle ground ne sanka yɛ train yɛn youth na wɔn na wɔn nya adwuma bi yɛ na wɔn nsa kɔ wɔn ano no ya ɛnka yɛn curriculum currently ho wɔn deɛ ne sɛ after primary no yɛbɛkɔ senior high school yɛfi senior high school na yɛakɔ grade 3 level 3 na yɛfi level 3 na adwuma nni hɔ nti yɛakɔpere so ne ahwɛ no wo a wobɛnya adwuma okay nti yɛnkɔ akyi kakra na menkyerɛ wɔ nneɛma bi mu na te ase yi yɛn level 1 education no ɛno nti na de biara mebɔ ɔmanpanyin akyi sɛ senior high school concept no wɔn a nwene ho yie hena na ɔmpɛ education ye sɛ ɛyɛ functional a you can educate in a vacuum sɛ nipa mofra egu Ghana abɔnten naa kɔ aeronautical engineering wɔkɔyɛ aeronautics na wɔn na yɛ the most proficient in the world with aeronautics they still will not be functional in the environment because yɛni plane ni bi na yɛni biribiara ɛwɔ ha ɛyɛ about aeronautics na me kan sɔɔte ase nti education has to be relevant yɛn education a yɛsua seesei no ɛnyɛ relevant
all right
nti okay level 1 primary school no nkyekyɛmu wɔ mu ɛda nti efisɛ wɔwɔ government primary ɛna wɔwɔ private primary nti wɔn a efi primary school ɛba into level 2 ɛyɛ senior high school no ɛnyɛ process no ɛnyɛ equitable in terms of skill set what wokɔ private school a wono wɔkyerɛ wade yie wo papa wo maame nom sɛbi wɔwɔ sika kakra wɔde kɔɛ no woba with an edge wɔde sika ni na akɔhyɛ the second level ɛyɛ level 2 no sɛ mo na mo mehyia wɔ hɔ na mo ngoru yɛn na ntumi mehyia wɔ hɔ ngoru because levels of intellect yɛ de ba no yɛ different nti mo yɛbɛdu hɔ nom a wɔn a wɔkɔ good government schools and private schools no one when you act
Kofi was hitting a note. He was hitting a G spot. And na homano atoche makakra. We will see how we'll be able to get him to carry fire.
What's it been sport now? Or it, you know, we used to wear it.
And Miss War hit G sport, no, so or functionality. Functionality.
Or music, or anyone side.
Oh, do. Yo, Kofi, oh.
Mitie.
I'm say, Obasa Kuchi Kakra, na baby, I will can say, Oma free private schools, ne proper quality government schools, you know. They have access to you. Now KBB said they will have access to you. I'm person free because I was home and to talk akra.
Oh, Ede Kafra, man, who crash a quay. Okay, in American say whoop say Ubiara ufi or benefit from senior high school. No, as I said, one foundation. Emma would to me recognize no benefit from senior high school. No, wouldn't to me man crofun fee in your secondary school near they won't prepare one for resources need ho and yes say teachers and way bad, but we need resources no. Inti obi on ma work a computer crash na on whom be that. Inti den no ni obi a ono no akọ secondary school. Wako primary school ne papa ne maame anya sika de na akọ primary school pa na wo de ne ba be hia wo Motown ana akọ abotwe ana sesan wo beye Adisadel College ana first class schools no wo de ne ko hia wo hɔ a wo complex complex ne say school a wo fi ban and for the most part wo kra wo de ne ko hia wo hɔ ne be ne say because one mouth the preparedness no woko level C and I say grade C and I grade D secondary school senior high no inti no what to sing wo ho efe na wore ba be pre na wako level 3 university level no level 3 no wo se mu na no munya free senior high school and so not all senior high schools are the same me bo aka kirem.
That's right.
Because not all senior high schools are different, no. Preparedness to come to level 3, no, and so will yield different results. So intina na ekoye ne say one crown po one matriculate wo bedu level 3 a university level no wo bakra minua courses away no biochemical engineering bionema science of say any erina wo minua bisam da ben na obi koye biochemical engineer onya internship at the level 3 level from new school no say we na benya adwuma wo ebi ato tema oil refinery na bibi internship programs bi ani ho inti mofrana be choke courses no one of the things is where how they say walk course no fi level 2 na where matriculate about level 3 na courses nipi wo ho no ma university tech any legon no kra no we need first degree. What as I said, as I said, what your second degree? Into him, work your first degree, no one but you also were technically gone second degree. But I make what I say. This is so serious. And I want so what first of all, courses no crowd where you university tech legon any or friend kivasano. P crown classroom hokra won ko resources in hokra to absorb them. Inti woka se free ninti no obia could be say. Inti what happens they say something that could have been maybe at a grade 4 level in terms of quality no is reduced by the sheer volumetric pressure of the attendance of the students no it reduces the level from a 3-4 no to a 1. Inti wo be wie school no when ties sika ne ade enso no they want value to young society now a nail.
Okay.
They become a liability to the state. Now, me no wasan kwa kutua wonka after billions of dollars what is free SHS muno we really asan ko yi 700 cedis amount. Na nti wo mame wo assessment na me hwese wo so wa dwene anyankopon de amount na eye adwuma. Sa system wo sro sa system yi bisa wo se nyansa wo ma na na papa wonim tiwo. Na ya ono say na da be na Wednesday kona anka enye corona na aba ukwa American embassy German embassy Russia ubakona the prime de la creme prime youth esese anka woko oman mu na anka waye bribi na yenya wo ho fason woko sanline na ko je visa kwa bruchiri inti yen sika ne ka ya bo won hu na echi no ya prepare the right infrastructure ama won say wo be wie education wo de be ba be yenti no papa smile pacho me no ka say me Ghana pacho ka che wi asefu na ba bia wo what's London na ho ayo wo ka say braga na wi ya wo be ba mumma achi she ho na no katikati fireman so ya fire o me fire wo Ghana na ehe efena mosro well abrochira ya mode na mo hye ho na mo rebaking ne baked beans na mo di breakfast na yenso koko ani kosi well but ede to say na ede wo mo na but the thing is krom higher ding
You now, Kofi, isn't one your understanding of the problem? Where would you begin with the solution? Let's go there and then you met you phone soon debe. I be your phone to 2 questions. Why? Where would you begin with the solutions?
Okay, so first thing, the thing say, young national development plan now. Papa, be chichim into segments. Eya na nkrofo kase na Kofi Ghana kase 10 ministries na enye adwuma da bi se bribi nye ministry a eno nche say it will not be taken care of. Yenga kronfo won aye the ministry say no wodi be justify once kron na obon inti no won the ministry o pese eye adwuma near what goes into it as an agency as a department no Emma Juma, not elevating it to a ministerial status. So, you first you put a structure together. Structure na National Development Plan. National Development Plan and say chichim into segments. Every segment be a one a day. Na ye retraini wonga woreba be yet responsible for that segment. Most of them no ewo no kware de ho anu aka. Most of them no wa bruchiri. So bi so ewo Ghana ha. But ye ni bre a ye de ba be go through training process ni ntina ye recruit nkrofo a won atumi approve say obetumi aye adwuma no. So tena meka na say. Nti wo cheche national development plan into segments a na efe wako into another level. Na segments no wasanga chichem into systems. And be na nrame kachira we say you start with institutional infrastructure, then you do the mechanical system, then you do what the institutional infrastructure and the mechanical infrastructure the systems works on, which is the distributed ledger technology. So inti eno wo ya de ne kese na fe wachem now go down na efe won I whereby be train won na won aye adwuma in SAS systems unity they have to go through a very stringent specific training process ebe distill won adinti because what shortcomings na no ye pese ye hu ne correct ansa na adwuma na fiase into ubekon na enye fe na worry ko perform because ye be ma specific goal say hey obey Ghana ye akutu abien by the end of the first quarter no what to me am my structure of how ubenya akutu asia inti by the next quarter no na planting for foods, planting for what objective a specific na wo what to me am pay up a goal ebo down who say minister enye minister na ya wo one offices wo hwe Leonardo Cristiano Leonardo ne Lionel Messi adwuma na ese wo ye wo de hwe Barcelona soccer minister bia with TV woni dem ohwe na one watch Nigeria movie nso hwe one secretary nso ahwe Ghana movie eyi your bra wo bo Ghana okọ Ghana ministry one secretary si hwe TV bo bra se mo ye adwuma ye be yi TV si na afi ho sector no one training unto be ba na go sheet bow down ho na wo re kire se ne the 2nd of September ha na medu by end of sa quarter na matumi awie yi at the end of the week, at the end of the quarter, when me and me to go now, I saw my report say, yeah, Corona by, and I went to me and meet who go. And I say, BB buyer, catastrophic, and no, legitimate a year went me and me to go. What I say?
That's right.
Inti, and no, near the Bay Juma. Now, when to me to go, no, just for the heck of say, when to me to go, no, dear. Then, super odi, so woon and say, what's it? The road is your face. Not just say, what Obroni say, pink slip. America, we say, what friend say, involuntary separation from payroll. That is one mensumi kromo so the what can you say one pian wetiko na just say Kofi na woni abusuafo koka na oye kire won okay strict you have to meet your goals or you out of here period.
Okay, all right, Kofi, thank you very much for that explanation. Na yema abejafo emrem say fire ho big man achibobo and so ho opani Kofi Chumberma ho so nim na opani Kofi Chumberma so nim na me wa
the word ma menya asem ese me kona me de mensa me de mission se bien ko pattern ndika chen so on de ohum mobo na me bai na ne ma bo so opani Chumberma oje oni we say opani wuje mogwan a wa na mesa ba ho abebo bosia nam de akoto guan na brew nti de fambo ne chem mesrew.
Okay, all right then. I hope say Drew Hono Kasa or Becana Kitway, one can kese, or Becana Kitway. What? And Prince Bombardier, and so Dr. Jingo, Packer. Me sure so on so over Kano, no one in the United States, or also kama. And Tian Shasse, fire sway. No one come crabby, meet bese, edu entem, Evia Yako, Achi, Yako Penuko featuring Beremaso, na Abba Dr. Jingo so. Henty fire, and ye, young quay, na Kofi, how he understands our problems when it comes to education, how he is going to go around it in solving them. Say an hour a kafa who an answer question by an hour at the manner when it comes to our education.
No, Pamedasi, but that's education there. Can't want some Nami fire. And I could be starting on Nami Semen Kasa. I just want to absorb it. Salam dear man is a naming Kasa. But I hope so.
Why so? Why?
Chinti. Look at the Adama Maso. Education. Papa, Obia would say now what he actually Semakatre can afford your tip for education way. A toxic, I spy. Now, there be a Dr. Jingo, they say Dr. Jingo was no. And the infant say, or no, yet, doctor. Now, the area, no pharmaceutical, no. Address by the chobi. Because you're the MPP for no. Adiani Yajuma, I will say free. Inti Kofi Assepa or no so was anti-asiano. Inti at least may you be at the biato as some American so. But me pe or no understanding and how you have explained it. But Papa, may you a little bit convinced, and I'll give him another time. Be at 2-3 minutes. Or mommy a little bit of alternative or convocation and say medal, I want you to cry, but somebody will argue with you or be a technical school, your vocational school. So what are you talking about? Tell me in a very simple form, no. What are you going to do different? Forget about the free, and the money in your way. But what are you going to do different from the current system? By my understanding, how much I just say, and you're functional. Inti, and no equity problem. Am I in? What are you going to do different within 4 years? What are you going to do different? Because national planning by that difference marking it. So tell me, what are you going to do different from what we have today? Kofi, so just propaganda bogus thing that cannot be sustained. What are you going to do different?
The very different is that we're going to have academies, specific academies that address needs that what your economy need your main so. Into curriculum no you be designing no to address specific problems. So you be designing curriculum no to address specific problems. Into say ABA, you say you China co-sign Sino-Hydro deal or Momeye Aquine. I didn't know a woman won't be Aquine. If you say you need construction engineers, road construction engineers, into as I said, you started training young crowd into you be high 1 or 2 engineering companies be scratch one more Ghana na one more ba with the say one more be guide young crowd na MWO sua de na kudru level bi a be take over from them. And yes, ye de adwuma no e be hye wo mo nsa na wo maye wo mu wie a wo mo kodu wo mu krom ha ye hia maintenance e se brana be maintain ni we maye baby education no e be ko pebre no so ne agriculture because as I say ye no ye relieve your dependence on agriculture on imports of foods in Nuane e bo Ghana kapa inti e honso no aside from mechanized farming, it will be a kakeke, but world-class farming methods no yɛde ɛba Ghana na yɛ adapte say Israel for one more concept one more tumi de one more anua one more asase ɛyɛ anua na etumi ayɛ one of the most fertile grounds in the world for vegetables new fruits no mni ade no nyame adom we have the climate akase ye won sase no ye hu hia se be import BP nti enkrofo egu krom enkola egu krom mo ni hwie ye be direct wo mo na ya kire wo mo ye be see model farms ye be kire enkrofo said wo mo be ku school no masua nsano dwuma bibia no ye enye kwa wontumi ntena on ka se monko school na monko sua bibi na momfa mra mbepa adwuma ese se yeso nkola ne nsa na ese se yeso nkola ne nsa na
kosim se fire
okay inti na ye develop wo cost specific academies every region bia no ye benya bibi said ye wo Silicon Valley no eno no na nkrofo a wo technical expertise na ya fa womo ni asaya ben womo pa na womo go with AI artificial intelligence womo go into research and development said your problems are enya maaye no ebeba no womo adwene ho ahu solutions to it to kransa na aba ene functional education no yenye bida ewo omawe mu abrochire kra America kra womo nye ni yi said ye eba be na Ghana ha no. So that's what's going to be different.
Okay.
Into bibia yebesua wo classroom no a direct and a specific effect on yabrabo. Yensua de no kwa enya degrees ne kwa yenkola ati dem a wo ka se pi yi what's the square root of say no abo what the debe no aka kire eno no yem.
Okay, Kofi.
Kofi. Me too.
Ma chance about me pese because ngofo ebre etie na omo so pese omo baso na ya fire omo mama me 10 minutes na me mfi so na any me pese me hu ni ba bia okọ no mame at what stage na academy no ebe functional or operative at what stage na a child will get to the academy and who are those who will be going to academy what are the criteria mu be set a oba say we dey kwa academy wo kose nti cheme home kakra
yo
na uwie no ano no
yo
na we education
yo academies no ye start ya ye dey start ye be putu adan no kra ye sisi deda no ye be designate part of institutions no to sa leadership academy see said ye no ni ye si ye pese to say winim concept of Silicon Valley ye create region bia na ye academy wo hono ma wo eye specialist in BB so inti ye schools ni bi no ye be government school say private school ye be places bi near start den ya nurse idea no any concept no ewo ho nti obi a wo nim ade we do ye hwe intellect ye hwe said ye wo dwene about with social skills enye obi a we intellectually brilliant enko but obi a wo adwene sonko bi se ehunu so antu bi ye wo pese wo develop na de ye bibi no wo ne ye de bema wo akọ unse obi wo akola bi wo no hu na hu se akọ de wo hye den te de oye na su but ase oye mischievous o pese o sua bibi o pese o ye bibi ne ye de wa ba ho ne ye develop o ba America say ya nkola ni pi wo ho no ma ye de wo mo special ed say bibi wrong with them nkola na ye de wo mo special ed ni pi wo mo special needs say would develop no be ye brilliant and so no America o ma target pi special needs because of education system no emwe bi before nti eno de ye na ye nim but we de bi before na bi ye abrofu bi anim ye ya nti sa models no na ye ba be pick enye se wo ba be ye special needs kid we here help be there be but ye be ma wo ade a wo ye no wo ya ma ehu aka de na watumi develop no na aye bibi so sa ye be build bibi to say Google na level 3 no ye ma nko university keke wo wie senior high school no primary school no kran so ye be system structure of primary school. And one of the reasons here is some structure of primary school is say ye eno can be na yenya overpopulation. As I say, every level bia of schooling bia no. As I say, ye will region bia, and let me tell you why. Why yes then Nkrofo befi central region case study central region. Adena the most concentrated of best schools ever Ghana. And so no one of the poorest regions in the country. Because Obia Obeko Central Region, Obia on Tena Central Region in ye Juma. Okobe be fufro, adenti. So inti when now ye shortfalls, as I say, ye use data and ye did journey as a government, as I say, ye who say problem was Central Region. And ye airport ni ye kwa kusi. Nemum, as I say, ye to me developing skill set, ye nya internship program, na Nkrofo na matriculating no. As I say, a bit more honor, you recruit to Omokra and San, Omako schools to Central Region says, we are national service and at least 3 years of Yama Kwayaba disco and now Kwabuche and now Holy and now Geheno. It means to say 3-4 years of who graduate here, as I said, was spending was Central Region. Where your policy position is simple. And so, pay for now, dreaming. All right. Indeed, these are some of the hands-on and your mark, Yedibeye Juma.
Okay. All right then. Kofi, thank you very much. Fire. I think so 10 minutes no. Aso. Enti yanko big man achibo wonso so no so yema no 10 minutes in education. Ewia yakoyenim. Mobo.
Yeah, Basmali.
And I also me to do only Kofi 10 minutes. Yanko.
Kofi. Thank you, Mr. Koranteng, President incoming.
Kofi, actually don't know.
Kofi, but already Buame Kakra. Kofi, the almost also moto data science human
science.
Okay. At what level are you in full control of the data system in Ghana? I didn't make us. Yeah, by just 4 years. You want to hit the ground running. You're going to plan. Are you going to base your decision on the current institutional infrastructure that we have? Or there's another way you're going to go by it? Or you're making your decision based on the officialdom, and then when you make mistakes, you correct them along the line. And say, for education, you see here. You share the old structure na you hear new structure na either in a good form or in a bad form. Access was a big challenge, and you saw the transition from this to free SHS. The number of, I'm not talking about the content though. Mine is to do with the data. Transition in terms of enrollment. Would you are planning this system now? How do you want to gather this input to rationalize these things you want to do?
Okay, so first of all, said you can say you be predicated on data.
Yeah.
Now, data you want, quite honestly, no, you name how accurate data you want. Inti say be a Ministry of Education near data ni now, and when they handing over now, you name say and you may be waiting a woho. Inti we will look at it from that perspective, but you're addressing it from a different angle, and the way we are addressing the data issue, no, from a results perspective. Results perspective in the saying, and it say, would you say data no for illustrative purposes? In you can say you hear data 10 near the Juma. You wo data Ghana government, Ghana education, Ministry of Education, education data 4. There is a deficit of 6.
Yeah.
6 no, a better na yen yet to me provided sa 6 ni yet to me aye juma. Well, the way we will work at it is yɛba in from a results perspective nti yɛsɛ okay for na Ghana wɔ no deɛ ne tumi yɛ ma yɛn ayɛ 20% of the work okay nti no yɛnim sɛ 20% of the work deɛ ɛneɛ na yɛhia sɛ yɛn nso yɛbɛ make it up 80% of the work ne yɛde bɛ fill the gap no nti from 80% of the work no let's build a model a ɛbɛ output to 80%. Na yɛyɛ 80% no ne yɛbɛdu na still no Ghana deɛ no ɛyɛ short ana ɛyɛ more a ne yɛ make adjustments. Mpacho deɛ meka what aseɛ.
Mpacho me to aseɛ pa.
Nti saa angle no ne yɛba because with biribiara yɛyɛ biara no the way you measure it no ɛyɛ results. Wontumi nka sɛ wɔde dɔkono ayi a bag of a brusam as I say amount 100 balls na would the no amount 60 balls adenti because 100 balls no 40 balls of cornmeal no at a tatatari a fridieno inside the crevices of a fidieno edi a moreno bebre inti doctor to me a pay 60 inti 40 na ayra inti what the bag no gum na say winya 100 balls of kinky. Now we have 60 balls of kinky. Now, as I say, we compensate. Say, machine no, a yame bayama dear, absorb 40 balls into whoop 100 balls of kinky. Necessary would be some a bit me a docuno 140. Now the big is some pacho. So baby, if
okay, right. Pacho, 2 questions. One here is to do with cognitive. Why do you think, based on your experience in Ghana now, behavioral pattern, why would somebody reject what you are saying based on the environmental analysis? But put this one also in mind. I want your perspective on this greenhouse project. It's about 75 something. There's a data on that. I'm not exactly, but it just came from mind now. My building hostess are basically, I say BB for export. It's incorporated in the planting for food agenda. The person who heard that education part, and then Kofi Modomoko Israel, Mosomukusian models be no more mission, no more training or more training Ghana for. For no compare cognitive side. Behavioral, they aspire to be a good system and progressive. Why would a Ghanaian reject what you are saying? Kofi,
I'm say Kofi Ahomano Asachi Ebio. You ever sat at the assume, and then we will let him carry on from there. And now you require that September there tosu mienu afi MP mienu ni aduonu and question and answers version special edition is answer yewo ora Kofi Koranteng ewo ahomano so
yeah
Kofi twaso
what happened okay wait me say na kakra me nim ha
okay but put your question so I know say you are very good in your science with your science background. You are even more than a doctor. You talk about cognitive. So say why behavioral and voter psychology of a Ghanaian? With your interaction, how do you assess them? Say, people who are there working is something that aspire and sometimes progressive. Why would a Ghanaian reject what you are saying? Na feno emachi bibia mesuma hu say koso sisia about the new government greenhouse project say drive youth be or technology be omukosua from Israel more expanded. I think it's one of the big sites in the whole West Africa. Meaning so what you kohosa CBB say kosoa but just find out about this greenhouse project. What do you see as good and what do you see as bad? And the voter psychology, why people don't want to hear certain things, or we are so much aligned, or we don't want to change, or why a Ghanaian will reject what Kofi Koranteng is saying. And what do you think you can do to bridge the gap now?
Yo, actually, yada se na o questions are emu ehwam. Listen, you say people don't change when they see the light. People change when they feel the heat. When wo akola between the ages of 1 to 6, 7 years old, Bibia ohu around them or download na into a template or they ba be the basis for the existence and how they craft their life. Na akola ye wono wagana no. Unfortunately dear ohu Yogananda no say environment is more powerful than mindset. I'm say smiley ube nim sadi we pa. Inti bibia eye ye environment enkolani obia onyi acclimate to at a level substandard. And because of that, it changes their friend social construct. Their relationship with their world and how they see the world changes. So now they accept a substandard as a norm, even when substandard in now, psychology said the Archie, and it said, "Adie bi wo hono ma enye kura na wo get used to her." You don't want to part with it because your ability to part with that which doesn't work for you, it's not on the basis of that which is bad for you. It is on the basis of that which you are used to. Inti niekase. So obi wo na se oye alcoholic ana oye drug addict. Onim se ade na oye na enye mano enso no ontumi nyai. Because the basis of onono beyi ne ho afri adekro no mu no, whether I get drugs, bad habits, be so bomba or no drugs, and yet right or wrong, and yet what supports their value system. Now, when you go away from your value system now it becomes a threat to your personal reality. Personality. Well, personal reality constructed on the basis of, and you may be accept to say a norm, and so any mouth, but and also now we are used to building a false security, i.e., NDC MPP. Inti onimpa se NDC MPP M1. And so moving away from NDC MPP, man, because moving away from it threatens their being Archie. You see, Archie is a very special human being to Archie. Archie will kill to protect Archie. That's in your mind. Inti bibia eba na eye offensive na a threaten sa image na Archie nim about onono hono, they would have to go out even if it at the loss of their life to protect it, because changing it makes them not to be other than Archie. Intina enkrofo eye nyoma boni a they do everything to protect it. That's where the psychology is from. Inti metiasie, I know.
All right.
So,
Yo,
Kofi, last question. Papa.
Bobo, 10 minutes now, son.
Sir.
Time, son. And remember, when I come back to you again, you can carry on. Why? Now, Yama, Openi, Kofi Chumberima, Emra. Ovia, Yabako, Dr. Jingo, and so. Openi Kofi. Openi Kofi, or.
Wama.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Masampacho Michiao.
Hey, Minia, Mr. Koranteng, Akwaba.
Mpacho Michiao, na Mesro, set me pouch or minuso, Papa Smiley, Wamawanti, or Sherano Wamawanti. Na Mesro, me are Mefro, na with the Fachemi. Why, from Bonnie Chemi.
Mate. With you, and someone can be say, Waji, every man, no crowd. Then so no, a Juana, no, sir, when you say, Yenina, a Juma Bako. But, Mr. Koranteng, my Nipapi, a Busami, platform create crossway, woman, you know, Papa's file in New Marker, or Mubusai say, why are we not all of us independent groups in Yanketi together? Me bear monometi say, we are no kakra. Nti me pese obesa aboa me no nya a better understanding. The amimi kai pa ne say February of this year, I had a call from your right-hand man, your campaign manager, Mr. Hubert. He invited me for a breakfast meeting, and I did attend. I was osu ho baby. Ye din komo bebre. Ye train ye and a match about COVID towards the end of March. When you know ye share when him say wabi pie my airport ye to 2 months. And I 2 months you need to say a cherato just a rare that ye pie. In fact, the same day, I think the date was on the 7th of February, and many Hubert have all that breakfast meeting. The number and so Mr. Kofi, on Ohio. Kofi Kessie, one also called me also to have a dinner meeting. In fact, our rendezvous was at the Holiday Inn Hotel at the airport city. And to me, up to about 10:30 p.m., we were sitting down, talking, strategizing about how to achieve our unity of purpose, collaboration to fight the twin clans. A lot of discussions are going on between my camp and your camp. War America, Krabita, Freo, Sunday, what's up? Good morning, brother. How are you? This and that. So, at what point, Emna, this CIPA group, emerged, because my understanding was that, say, now, one other platformer, earlier platformer, your friend, the kind of face. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, where and how did I can see a departure now. How was the CIPA given birth to, and why and when is there going to be the possibility of that unity of purpose, all the various groups, because people keep on asking me, say, Mr. Chumberma, boss Jacob, Koranteng, and I'm saying, Mr. Koranteng, man, I think it's about 3rd or 4th, perhaps about 5th week, on frame, just to say good morning, good afternoon, but I'm also here, Hubert and some frame. This is a great opportunity. Yeah, you bet me clear the air as to a lot is going on, and a true baby, I can give answers to all of that. So the boy me and for now. Yeah, something is going on, and I'm not happy with it. What exactly is going on?
Also, I think.
Me ana watch me. Me ana watch me na so de krono no magim. I say, ya chi obi wo agogo shi back so wa no say ko de. We didn't kan he ya. Into de we de watch me am so de woni men kan he ya we de police say bi anim. Oh, na yes sir. Inti mesro inti me chiao me nua panyin me chiao
me joso ya bru
poni bia nim kra me na maya akola boni am ba yese me free chiao me chiao inti we dey I'm going to call, we're going to meet and we're going to talk.
Okay,
now the TN say just so everybody understands, they say enye se mpapemu bia ba em se unse me baaye no de bia na eya me ka kire Joy honorable se ono pe na meye me inauguration no obegyina mu kasa ye de ade. And even prior to that no you could say a boy no pv way na ma ye na ene ye so ye tumi nya baby a ye gina ya no de nene a ye kasa kasa bi Jacob boy is forever a maestro, and he charted the path for us. Indeed, we respect him, we thank him, we love him for the opportunity to have done that and given the independent some clout. So indeed, but in Fitiasiano, many Jacob, yeah, come up, maybe offer me advice, me or share me, Kofi, you say, indeed, bibia no so onim bibia me bi onim mene no platforms so me ade but the koba ne say ono so oti group bi Ghana first say de ne ekoye sipa no ono no ti group bi Ghana first and somewhere along the line na em say or train ema nkrofo bi egina yie na wo matumi ahyehye enioma ama presidential aspirants no ena em say ekokachi kakra enye say wanye na em say ekokachi emu hwa na Dr. Danso ne mpanyinfo nso ete sipa no nti na yen no ye wo sipa ene sign ewo first Ghana eye de Jacoposeye boa ete ye no nti in fact me ba Ghana kra say me ba be ye me inauguration no kra me be me announcement no na esese eda na me be announcement na esese me ne mpanyinfo ewo sa Ghana first inkohia and em say wo mu bi ba kokoyare ye enunti mentumi anko nti na ade esese me koko but sipa ye wo no enkyere se enunti no ye buyeni egu Ghana first so na it was Jacob say boa ne goal fervent goal say obeka ye na boom under Ghana first ena Dr. Danso ne na pamfo so ebeye ye was sipa na ye na call Dr. Danso no ho at some point because na ase na activity no happen fast until ye call but quiet call on and say ye who free Ghana first who call Ghana first platform no so me also me call baby so inti activity be na ebia wo engage yen inti ye train ti free so ye inti at some point no menua adwuma no de said dem say Papa Smile ne na pamfo obia de na no atumbi a wo ka say ade ne ya anya amuma ebe ya de ama ye na inti at some point no I am hoping say ye na Dr. Cisse Dikuposeye Boa Merrick Gun mene the rest of the independent candidates ni na ye beba together and ye be who say masa ye kwama Ghana there say ye kubum and that's basically it bibia ni ho mesremo bibia ni ho ye na ye nuanom baako na ya na ba muntio say mo hwe we nso say who say NDC ni MPP for your crafters they crafters of evil inti womo be pese womo be ya se ebia sembi na aba wo independence room na se kura womo nkoye womo nkodi aban mu na enioma sei na womo twe ase kan na masa enyampa bibia ni hosa o mo pa mo frɛ Jacob honorable mfa no to phone no sisi a me be kasa mo frɛ Ghana mfa no to sisi a me ni obi any problem and it will never happen because Ghana inti bibia ni hosa inti me wofa chumberma de me ne case de mesrewo yen free radio so inti me akọ pane cheboko because or the so born bom wa ha nwure ya mintumi ntua inti wo de mesrewo me ne baba akọ kano boko inti
eno no wate eno no pa yo ofa Kofi ene em say Why address or concerns now? The kind of they also the be or no be this uncle.
My tear there, minion or kind. And then so you see the perception out there, and they say people are fed up, sick and tired of MPP and DC for the past 28 years. People are crying. The country is hemorrhaging for an alternative, and they're individuals. Yeah, they want to see a unified force. So the argument is this: it's not a question said, Mr. Koranteng, what Ghana First platform. So that is not the answer. The answer is to show that unified face to the public. The public is not saying that. What the public are saying is they see Kofi Koranteng, individual. They see Jacob Yosaya-Boa, who have fought the presidential ticket twice, individual. That is not good enough. That is the cry out. We want to see that unity of purpose in the public domain, not on the platforms, in the public domain.
Yes,
Mr. Koranteng, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes,
that
sir.
Is what the people
correct,
are crying for.
All
that
correct,
is what Papa Smiley, Auntie Bobo, and Fireman, all of them, everybody speak out. Be honest, and then be bold and tell Mr. Koranteng, when are we going to present in the public domain? Because it's the public interest. Mr. Owahide, you throw these questions at me. It is not good enough to be on the Ghana First platform. They want to see that unity of purpose in the public domain as a credible alternative to MPP, NDC class. That is what the people want to see.
All right.
The people are not happy to see just Kofi Koranteng as an individual. They don't want to see Jacob Osia as an individual. They want a unity of purpose. That is the crunch.
Baba Smiley. Baba Smiley. Papa bi na ode na yiri ko gina sorry dem na all we de no sofo ni bisa na questions saa no say hey ka bi kira o yire de na o ka kira o yire akwa no hwe sofo anim saa say sofo bibia o beka bia o say me ka bi kira o yire o say sofo bibia nti Kofi Chiwerema bibia o beka bia me ni bibia ka oi my ready when you there
it's been the cry of many people, including many people over here. Say, all the independent aspirants, will have a unified purpose, right? Inti said yeah, of a Kofi Chum, any said yeah, questions need be bad, you would realize say. Say many people would want you guys to come together as one force because said any what they always say you are going to put together a new table and not to break either the NDC or the NPP table. What you have to realize and say it's taking them a very long time to build such a formidable table, right? And if you would want to build your own table to match them, you need more hands, more people with more resources in order to be able to do that.
Absolutely.
We would just implore you to go behind the scene and what needs to be done. You guys do it, and then you all will be to come together as one force to face Sankrofui. Why? Beautiful. Yo, and yeah, Dr. Jingo, and so Emre. Na Dr. Jingo, one also questions me to do. We are Bombardier. I sat here, see Bombardier, so. And yeah, Doctor.
Yeah, Papa Smiley.
Saboko, dear.
Boko.
Beautiful. Man, check is a Kofi to unka. Kofi, what to dog unka? Say, well, intuition was telling me, Kofi Abba. So, Kofi, what to dog unka, me boy?
Me too, unka.
Okay, all right then.
Yeah.
You, and
yeah, Dr. Jima, any Kofi necessary?
Hey, Doc, Ambassador for Christ. Now, what's some power? They say,
I say, where do you give me a quantum for radio in one?
Oh, okay.
And I had 2 coins. You know, ready. You know, a quantum for. And yet, I'm for a quantum for.
Mate, you're not blue. You hear Ghana.
So, I hear fast I'm hearing.
Rooftop, now Refi. Rooftop. And can be and chill be our radius. Rooftop.
Oh, okay, part.
Man can be view. Man can be via.
Rooftop, the other party now. Party in the say, Menuane.
What? Hey, wait a minute. We are now maybe
Munchaso and Hannah Ubiako Booby Girl din. Munchaso. Why?
Smiley, well, baby, I smile it now. Well, baby, I smile it now. I don't know what it's Doctor Odia Casa.
Casa de go. Fine.
I don't know and Pan Coco Tochio. Yeah, Kofi Mina Kofi, yes. I mean, that's it. Mateo, come on. Come. Now, my questions you may start every one basic and some I'm developing. MPP, NDC, say a mubia mount leadership role in their government. Will you take it?
Okay. So, my question is, and let me take my time, Doc, not mention you with him. You see, the thing is, Mama Ejuma we mu say maybe pisika. Oh, Debbie, we say me kaba.
He's building the point into the what was that question that we when Yanoa. Now I saw him into the holding it in.
So, inti the American said, Doc, to you. There has to be a specific objective. To be bia meya many NDC ni MPP. These guys have proved themselves to be criminals. I stand by that phrase. So, chrono inti why e den na mede me ho kwakọ for woman. Hwe enye se ebia mempese me ne wo mu ye adwuma ebia na menu ya wutie me no wo feel se NDC wo mo anya policy bia na ye adwuma kakra intino esese yeti wo mo asese wo mo they trying hard a masterful game of deception. Game of deception. Inti me koye bibia na wama de me president so a ene meyi wo mu nedi ni asa reconstruct ya de ni bio.
Enti no me question is say leadership role obeje yes or
no
leadership so you are
I can't no leadership role is saying leadership role is president and our leadership role is saying I can't work with these guys.
Okay, so we are talking of education now. And you know, the amount leadership of education. So, Kofi, the education sector shows that you are free to do whatever you want to do, you know, to make Ghana education better.
You see,
as you see it.
My memoir in the first day.
No interference.
Okay, first of all, no, that would be a lie. And the anti-American side say,
okay, that you.
Oh, NDC and MPP, they have all the brains to do it right if they choose to do it right. Don't ever be fooled, and don't anyone be naive into thinking, say, maybe perhaps NDC and MPP will aim to me and be. Yena woman per se woman beye if you say it doesn't fit in their agenda.
I understand that. But the question is, if they give you the leadership role, forget about NDC, forget about MPP. What I'm saying is that they are giving this leadership role to you. This ministry.
Okay, you see, you see, but this is what Ghana for me, Ghana for here, because say question now will be it almost wants to be coined to say, Ebia, ye ma Kofi opportunity no one year. The MMA can't tell and say, dear one more person Kofi Koranteng ba no obey no woman him did that. If they really want to give Kofi Koranteng the opportunity to bring change, they should just go ahead and bring the change. They don't need.
Then that means that then Kofi Tiasma okay. Then that means then they don't need you now because now you are telling us that you don't need that position, to effect the change now you want, but you want them to make that change, right? You want them to make that change.
Doctor, listen to me. Let me put it straight. The American say, if NDC and MPP wants to make whatever change they desire to make, they can make it without Kofi Koranteng. The problem are Ghana for.
They are not doing it now.
If when me na wo ma me aba hɔ abɛyɛ ama wo free hɔ na me mɛyɛ.
Tina or the position in Mao as an education Kofi take it. Right.
Me ne wo mo nyɛ adwuma left and right. No woman compare SUVB Mrs. Smithie say me sue di sika. Me ne wo mo nyɛ adwuma masa move to the.
So you are going there with principle, you are going there.
Principle no na maka kyerɛ no. Me say I'm not going to work with criminals. Period.
Okay.
Move on and get used to it. Come on.
Okay. My second question says you talk about bad person and good man, right? That is in every institution, like NDC, there's good person in there and there's bad person in the NDC. MPP, there is good person in there and there's also bad person in there. And then you say, with your team now, you are going to bring a team, right? And it's that team, do you have bad person in there and good person in there?
No.
And then, okay. And then my next question is, I think that you understand the word faith, right?
But the word then?
Faith, F-A-I-T-H.
Oh, faith.
Yeah, faith, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, again, a person Ghana for they put their faith in you, right? What can you show to Ghanaians and say, hey, this is Kofi, they should put their faith in you for you to do what you are saying. So when you come to power, now you will do, because faith, it has two sides. We have active faith and passive faith, right? And then. Obey me, Abraham said, what you want Ghanaians, to put their faith in you? Say, hey, Kofi, this is Kofi Koranteng. This is why you should put your faith in me. Say, when I come to the power, when I have the authority now, I will do this.
And see, person no, I didn't want to dance your own.
Oh, Debbie, Mammy Misa or no, Dr. Jemina Assem.
Okay.
So the problem is was faith. Men pese Ghana for make a decision based on faith.
But human interaction, it requires faith is in there, right?
Oh, Debbie, we want to go
everything.
Oh, Tio, if you want to make a decision based on faith, that's up to you. But that's not what I'm requesting of you. So that's a big difference. Okay. I'm not setting. So they make us what I say.
Doctor, how do you know until when you are why?
Yeah, me no.
Okay, all right. Kofi Koso.
Okay, into the MMA can say so. Be person ordinary faith shemi more. It's up to them, because faith, a belief in unverified thought, and only faith. You believing in Biblia and you're verified. A thought to be about him won't verify and so say mejiedi. Meno intinam say science-based, data-driven, human-centered. If you're working with the science, a verified facts inti what if now Dr. Nina wo kasasa.
That's what I'm question me busa and you get the fact and you have faith in that thing.
Masa, if you have facts, you don't need. Huh? Masa, okay. Let me hold myself from. Doctor.
If you have the facts, Kofi, if you have the facts, say we don't talk to Jemwa, a best shower, right? Mm-hmm. Then it increase your faith. So when you put your hand in the fire, it will burn you.
There is no faith in that. There is no.
There's faith in there.
Oh, doctor.
Okay, great.
Okay. And first of all, no, you need to understand what faith means. Faith, and they say, we believe it. Oh, they yet men may define it. That's what it means. And you're not Bruni, no, yeah, word, not Tiasia. Oh, doctor.
Oh, define definition, no, find it.
Tio. Bibia, doctor, Tio. Fawansa, count Moma Susia, your food issue. So what they want sa air count mama sono. Now, did you need to have faith and son why? I didn't because wouldn't say o mama no ewo. Bibia wo fact say ewo no. Wo Kofi wo drive from baby away to fear anagia. You don't have to have faith say bia ebewo because wouldn't for a fact to say ewo.
Until you have picture, you go there, you will reach there and see that the thing is there.
Massa, no, faith. Faith ye be a verifiable. A honor faith a bemu. Okay, well, I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay, I'm going to say a whole definition of faith, you know. You have to tell us from where.
When you believe, idea wono winim se e wohono. Faith is unexistent. Faith, you cannot employ faith. The only time a faith be bumuno, and when there is a likelihood say then you need faith that no. Oh, asabena okay. When you have faith in a processor, verifiable that there's no such thing. Anyway,
no, because the thing is verifiable, no? So he has faith in this. The thing will work for the person. That's how it is.
Adiana wokano, and yet faith ne may sir.
Okay. It's no question, because and I'm going to say why.
Doctor, Honorable His Excellency coming president.
To was.
Because in fact, for you even to leave your place to come, no, you deserve it. But anyway, can we use a different word like believe? Should Ghanaians believe what we're telling them?
See, and then I may patch
you see, the faith, believe, and trust are the same word. You see? Yeah, it means the same thing. Trust.
Whatever it is, say what I say. You question and money uncle. Why?
Believe and answer trust.
Use believe, so
okay. Yeah, believe.
Yeah. Well, when you believe in something, that means there is a verified thought. That's the difference between faith and belief. But say we walk forward now, we could believe in unverified thought. Then it becomes faith. Into the mamichera say there may be sa Ghana for no. I may catch Ghana for and say, Doc, to you. Background that may go through. I bought London first as a junior broker. Discipline, culture, distillation, I may go through. No, me say any of ye aspirants and I go through, sir. I used to make 300 calls a day to get 5 leads to get maybe 2 or 3 closes. So, minuma mi based on commission. That means if you don't make a sale, you don't eat, you don't pay your bills. So that means you have to have a very high believability in the way a yieldy results. Inti me baby I put my home on the line and say, then I get to suffer. I want to pay the highest price because I know and no motivate me to deliver. So me call back when it was manufacturers out of a chemical bank, a Chase Bank, a JP Morgan Chase. I was the #1 salesperson. Me call Citigroup, it was the #1 company in the world at some point. I was the #1 salesperson in different categories. I was a student of Sandy Weil. I was not Sandy Weil no trainee Jamie Dimon, as he say, or yeah, CEO of JP Morgan Chase. Back then, no, was Bank of America. Back then, no, was Salomon Smith Barney. So I have done firewalks with Tony Robbins. I've been a student for Mandino, John Maxwell, Steve Ecker. I've been to all their training schools. So the work ethic I suffered in UPS, it's grueling. UPS used to be like the US Army, or maybe perhaps worse than the US Army. I survived it. I studied 32 routes in less than 6 months. I'm the only person, I don't know if somebody has broken that record, who did that. Do you know how difficult it is to study one route in Chelsea? And then you study 32 routes in 6 months. Nobody's done it. Call na check my record. Inti se me kasa nyoma we ya, e chere me say even abrofo na nkasa wo mo ye nyoma na I beat them at their own game. Inti me hwe Ghana dynamic na. Listen, it will be a friend Keith Cunningham. Ono no chere me systems. Oni will be a friend Steve Barger. So go and check their records. I was their student. Inti I understand the problem. Minim set the root cause of your problems. Minim, I've done it. So, inti me catch Ghana for say if you could get somebody better with a better record, why yet more than I've done? Hire them to be your president. If not there, I think you're looking at them. Nobody comes close. This is not, and yeah, I tell you one ma you become I become bashful because if you be because akwawe or bragia na bibi but yeah kind of crane man who say Saintia yeah kwa fight for Ghana for to get the to vote obia catch them say impossible war Dr. Ajimai now war phone should be high life radio what kai say oba kind of crowd who say go p came up against me, say, Kofi, we still time. More fighting rope and so okay. We presented our case and we won the case. Yeah, ni case nekeke. It was out of meticulous planning structure. Yeah, the two enunti the winning case against EC. So, inti yeah, can't yeah Kenya. My record at Tracy Towers, tenants saying na quarter, BT court. Ghana for entry or rent, and I say your more low rent, and I say your more abatement for say 1 year aggrieved tenants. That's what I do. I fight for my people. Inti woman in me. So inti and no we're going to be able to stand for Ghana for because in Yuma Maya no a dancing the ministers ne parliamentarians ne president if you have good judgment president easy job we need good judgment why didn't it? Because you have the resource power to make any decision that you want. You just have to have good judgment and you have to be decisive and have the political will. Say, and your party now who make a decision now won't yet say Ghana ni ba be di na yema foreign see enye oman in free and sana Ghana for
okay say Kofi
modern day slaves.
My last question interesting. I'm say what can I say? Okay, let's just say they are working and initial comments and all can say most Ghanaians, almost by school abuchire, maybe suya said the almost bokro no year. Hello?
Mankasa, I never said say most Ghanaians suya.
Doctor, your kind nibium and sana say different from the OT and then you can do the clarification. Why?
We nipa bone na ye ma resource ne power ne sika wo magnify sa energy no just as much as say we nipa papa na ye ma sika ne resource ene power wo magnify sa energy no inti abrochire ba no emma wo nye nipa papa se wo ye nipa bone a de abrochire ne ya ma wa ne se emma wo hu kronbo emma bibia wo ya enye bia no wutumi magnify so esa na me kai
entino kan na ka say entino mo ire omo ba Ghana no omo ba hu kono bo ye me bo ara entino mo via isika no Ghana ono ana wan ka bi sa
yeah go make your point
entino that was a tell me na America no I'm on point here say no entino the tennis also so amaye urezo minenya ni na no centered well outside Ghana no so what I say again back to faith na say no any believe amount how can we believe say the over that position in there you are not going to be like them
okay inti doc tietia o tie
papa dey now
ale ona hwese Kofi yano
yo inti doc they are very excellent inti doc the meme can say to you say yes say akola oni a obeye omama na obeye yi no odi agro kra utumi hu say akoy ani so ade bi ewo nani so a hu say said oye nani oma inti de inti a meme ka enioma we na fa me hono ne say number 1 wuntumi compare me any presidents woma ba before no because ye na if different backgrounds yeah making me research amaye any chere say me obia me ye president a okura me background ni bi obia me ye president a ote ye endemic problems no ote ase said ye me te ase and adenti because me ma solve that wo baby ansa na mede me ho ebe kire wo ba ye ni na no wo ba be gi adwuma ni wie ye no wo ye bia hwe me ma solve the problems a eye dene sinsei no maye me ne wo crafty am say wo kan about nkrofo a me ne wo ye adwuma wo no crafty pathways for finance ne business ne economic strategies ewo abuchima mu ni wiase mu na me ne wo ye adwuma a training under their leadership. Inti the medeba no, Mr. Yidok, obie ni sa resume ni bi. Ewe yi nye intellectual, eye hands-on, practicum, and American wasem.
Let us say that okay, there's a coalition of independents, no, there's a one and a presidential candidate, no, they don't have to go even to vote for anybody. Jacob say money or mother not to come because. From what you are saying, you stand tall.
You don't go into a race saying, say, wait a second. And you're now you go in showing your colors. May I answer question now? I don't know. The deeper know answer question. Answer question now. Okay, the American say coalition of independent presidential political aspirants. You know, one more. Near year 5, married gun, their friends say, Unipe de T, Carl Morgan, Furian Pofu enemy. Enna, ye 1. Unfortunately, just before that, Marek breaking off. But we still love him. He's a great patriot, and we are looking to engage him for us to all come together for the sake of Ghana. But one more year 4, no. One person me. Inti me no ye the biggest group of independent candidates no. Now say ye ne Jacob say ye boa ne Dr. CC Bishia na ye bet together na ye mpense mu na all of a sudden ye tumi be hu say Jacob say ye boa na Dr. CC e be a better candidate. I will support them 100% because ye for Ghana. That's all. Doc Mpacho.
Yeah, but from what you are saying, Kofi, you are saying say Obia or yeah presidential candidate, no more president, they don't match your resume.
Okay, so we tie me enra me can say leadership wo we. Papa, me man kasa tia me nan so na ka chem se Kofi Ubua. Me can say leadership wo we. Etore bi wo hono ma. They will make a decision bia. Wo readie mu ene wakoma mu no wonim say ade yen sesa nka ba ne say enso leadership and make a call until you go ahead with it eno na che say we a leader inti me gina head die minim say I am convinced to say I am the best candidate but say leadership is share na ye be together no am Kofi we are best candidate there enso no ye pese asemesi no kudi mayen ebe me ya but in 60 seconds, he said, the Omakache me said, Kofi, won't me nye candidate nye be Marika yeno. I bit my tongue, but in 60 seconds, I accepted it. And only leader. So, me jitumu with all my heart to say, I'll support him. Inti si yeshia or china no say, Kofi baby, abuafe. Yepe se, asimesi na eko ye, because ono ni edene kwa, yebetumi win Ghana for Kuma. Oh, men kase coalition for yi me. Na men na me feel say me best candidate inti me na me kwachinchinia. I will never do that. That's unwise.
All right, Kofi, thank you very much for that. Now you call the next person, Prince the Bombardier.
Next person so lead question bi wo ha anka o ma de toa Dr. Ajimadian so na okunfemi ana me hu ba bia meda.
All right.
Kofi we dey da say. Na enie Dr. Ajimana ne asmo bisae no e be dru ba bia no pese ohun what Ghanaians should believe in you they should vote for you as against the two boys. Okay. Now, what my background bia ananka one person report by my mimpo na minim bebre. Inti the background na me no is like we should believe in you because you have this resume or experience. Is that right?
Bachai.
Okay. And then there Matthias. Me call another one maybe a short one soon see short mommy. Or catch will say education no wo way alternative no idea na dey ho. In this if any of these two parties win we are assuming omo when nom say Kofi yete education ayinti e pese obeye man we say onye. But I want to bring this in reconsider it if you change your mind. Your personal choice. Macron of France. Sir, unimino.
Bachai.
Unim say socialist for no. Na one come or independent candidate. And or call parliament. And friend no. So finance. Unim so mu because ni campaign mu. Wakasetium so we are corrupt, as you have said it today. But because of the country, we take a position, no. 4 years, no, a more year, no, when he came out, say, socialists for money, no, only France for year, no, they rewarded him. What about that?
Yo, excellent. Yet, say systems say what France no want to mean found compare systems in Ghana. Inti wo ye bibia krampo a nipa kro no se bre bra be hye enu obetumi asay na mawo inti de America na se minyansa ne minim de na mo pese mo de ye Ghana ye a mintumi deprive Ghana for of that me de better document so na me se mo hwet mo fanya adwuma e formula te said yes science based no inti wo follow formula na we make
science base. Kofi ahoma no. Out of form. Yo, we hope that Kofi ahoma no betie simbium and then we can carry on beautifully from there. And come on here the pa. Fire. What so when you attend in the transa.
Me see for Baoba person make us be angwa fire where your 10 minutes. Oba okay, I said Jacob. On the media record by Mitino. As a recorder. Jacob can say
fire, try Waba.
What and I'm in Famana Pro. Kofi, make to us about Unia Penny as a Unia Jacob. Obaha last week. Or say, Omiu so so I mama AGC, a good mind, so Ghana, ya, above Yenya film. Was what the plan was what the plan be at war. Abayano, any so. Indeed, with all this your knowledge, now the two papers no money swap. How will it benefit Ghanaians?
Say Enuntina make us say, so who said the Coposay was say, or the planner to Hono. Plan Wunty, planner, and yet no Matrobu, Yatra tax code, Yatra said the whole, your friend saying, toll system, ye bet vamping on near day. May I call you Saturday and this time? I'm saying, doom so near the NTA, and I'm saying, man, can I and I'm saying, Debbie, mean to me in real time. And I'm saying, Massa, yet the solar panels near the yard, and into here power. I'm saying, oh, sir, oh, any check. How? So, into a idea no woman per se, the same thing with MPP. Yeah, just say, who the omope. What the plan qua now? Okas woman tea radio so Kasa ye Kasa wa hey. Woman we woman so say fe and will be tea. So the bay Jumana and Kebeboa woman fine ye if he said what the ya systems are ye Kasa bay Jumain. A year Juma the way it's supposed to work, and that is woman seeker a woman diwo at the end woman to me. Inti woman ma enye Juma ochina na yes so say oh Kofi koye and say amana SUV simienu aye wakana no apopado on Kasa. I don't want to be part of this criminal organization. What per se ye jumana, mama ye jumano. But we nim said the system not it is old Dr. Juma Bijana can say woman back. Massa, we nim the airport Ghana. Not oh no, okay. Oh Mate. What one more can say? We're gonna be the airport swaha. When you cheer the end Massa, they are not willing. Oh, okay, good. They're not willing to work with anyone. No more commentary. I was just making a point. Say, listen, these guys are not willing to work with anyone. They're not.
But you are saying, sir, you are when you get the presidency now, you are going to work with them, and then you are saying, they are not willing to work with them.
Massa, I don't know what want to say. T.
What time is Asa? Who need to say?
Dr. One second, Dr. Jimenti. So we are president. Who counselor a year a Juma any attorney general's office year Juma Eliezi. Na wono wo legal staff a crafted bill. Na yede to parliament say munyim fanye Juma. Now say wunye president. Sa route no enye ejuma because nobody in Ghana presents a bill to parliament except for the office of the presidency. So inti say we a president you have the power to work with them because they have no choice. But say Owon Croft will be a president now koye as a parliamentarian and now koye agency header. The woman can't necessarily would do so. That's the difference.
All right, Kofi. Thank you very much for that. Kofi, I say. Fire, David. It's quite unfair. Say, Mama, Osabam Sisi and the trans, Mr. Wati. Nayama, Bombardier, Emra, Yentia Bombardier. I'll come back to you. Bombardier.
Baba.
You. So where there?
Interview part 2, Anna.
Interview part 2. Enti me sure say oba no how is it going to fund say eja say yakoye say krade say ne obi abeche say no ye betuma stop Tom Cat no na why na say odi adoma no ebeto okra no kon na ne asem no enti me who say this obey president say bia na de ka say this obey president who said this here no
na ebi nso ka sɛ sika no wɔ hɔ ɔmo di mahama tama asase na wɔka sɛ ɛde so bɛɛ president sɛ ne ho si de sitie na ɔno a ɔka sɛ akufo de ɔno ka sɛ mahama yɛ kofini no na sika no wɔ no ɔno aba ɔse ɛyi no koraa no hwee dompe bie ne hɔ nti no ma waka ne nyinaa no so bɛyɛ a ne nyinaa sika yi a nti agya sesei no ɔso hu sɛ ɔyɛ no ɛkɔ ɔyɛ no kɔ sesei no mineral royalty so bi a ɔde n'ani bɛto so no ɔbɛyɛ president sesei nso yɛkɔ agyapa na yɛ forest reserve sesei nso ɔdane sakora park akɔ sɛ sakasaka park na ana kalada park na wɔtemale no nti ɔba sɛ na ɔbɛfande saa projects no nyinaa meda ase
yo Kofi Yankoi
minua meda ase simple. Number one, say a minimum can say we are losing about $4 billion from the Accountant General's office. What to told you a year, you will be able to recover $4 billion. Simple. The next thing, Ghana for less than 40%, about 40% need your taxes. In you man for 4 years to turn your men and Rami Tokubi, me John was silent query by the idea sanko by and say, an apart area. I can't hear the sound say, almost say, Munya Kakre. Or say, hey, anapa na area, anapa say area. Or quite a misan say, and no, they no say him. Area for anapa no beton kubeno or beje one more tax. Ye banner, Jonas or J tax. I'm say tax in say no say $1 1 CD 50 1 CD 20 pesos as the same. So now I'm saying the Sikano or the quite no say cannot camp you. One man deal, no more bar, no more bed. I'm say why. Bahumia Bijina say. A new in Ghana, anansi GPS, a electronic cashless diabe. And Kofi and Nam Kruma dog chain as then did that the come the ID satum, one more jet and Kofi tone could be no near dear. How easy would it be said? Ubia would tone be bino, Uber go under an umbrella. Say could be tone for a name Kofi Jina Kwan ton Oniama Ubia would yet register with Dean Neja Nenya ID card. Now the would the answer will be 20 cedis a year. 20 cedis a year and a month. A whole year no. What all ID we are 20 cedis. Now would new details baby I what take maybe be at a computer. So you know how much income that will generate. You know how much income that it will blow your mind. You estimate over $1 billion. Number one. You see about you bear 10 ministries. They say what ministries are ministries. You will ministers over 115. See, in 10 ministers with 10 deputies are. Do you know how much money it saves? Departments near there, downgrading from ministry into a department and agency. No, wouldn't sika save over $300 million a year, and that's a conservative amount just for shrinking government to a reasonable side. Inti yewusika yedeba be start here. Just do the math. 115 ministers. What is about 20? Just imagine how much money you would save. Your tax net. Tax net no won't me increase tax net till set. An effective and efficient integrated national ID and address system. Ye nibi omo dada ye. Edana me na musu baby na hu say omatro GPS address BBB 07 and I'm say what's that mean? Me fa obi ewo taxi ewo is the go and catch and say me ko GPS 072 be ya obi hu de me akọ. Konfobi na be wi ade na wa frɛ 911 police now catch him say Konfobia be we are deal where is the Konfo? Where is the Konfo? Oh 02712. Come on. So come, it's not realistic. So into your integrated national ID and address system, you be pinning ubie to it because the nipana enye attached to a system. They said London, more national security card as a national security number as a day. America was social security. One number for ubia bibiano spins off that. And no a unique identifier. Ghana ye need unique identifiers. So now me me buy me buy me voter register me ko yi MTN de akoye mumu me do say oh card na nya adwuma na say oh me ye na say na me ye o say oh enya adwuma abo ye di sika say akoye voter register card say enya adwuma ese say yisi samba be authenticate enso meanwhile no ye card na e wo ho da na ye say ni na anye. Come on.
All right, and Kofi, sir, metwasia. Oh dear, oh ideas in projects are okay. Nya dia bobosia. Obatiti sikanda son kakran na dia ya na.
Say, listen, to tell the truth, say, bosia bo enya bosia bo na ye wrong. America businesses, ye bobosia sin bibia, but wo bobosia na, it has to be for a specific project with a specific outcome. Yes, sustainable. After wo boposiana, inti say bia wo ni sika bia, esa wo boposiana de adwuma, but wo boposiana say wo de koye bibia e be generate income na wo de no abetua e bosiana wabo. Ye moposia emfa nhye free SHS mu. Because free SHS mu in the near future no and generate income. It makes more sense to say ye be boposia no ne ye de be elevate yen agriculture ne ye benya produce ne excess ye be export ne ye benya foreign exchange reserve na ye de be ma enuma industry ne manufacturing na nkofo be ye na wo mo ye no quality of life e kosoro no tax wo mo ne ye de sika no aye free SHS sa na ye no.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Papa, my rough estimate of the project.
Personally.
All right. Project is now person my rough estimate no.
All the system 4 years. Kofi when in December. In the 4 years, system build up structures, whatever. Within the 4 years now, how much is it going to add to our debt portfolio? No one can debt portfolio na daho Sisiano. Between the MPP and the NDC, the debt portfolio no also be increasing the same. Don't tell me percentage, but if you give me a rough estimate of all this project in the system you want to put in place, about cost be 25 billion in 4 years.
All right, let's say Professor who said Kofi why cost now? Maybe what?
Accountant general no.
All right.
One more percent. Listen, the NDC and MPP are in bed together. So long as one of them lives, no, they will never prosecute the other one. We're not planning on getting in bed with any of them until we're going to prosecute. Listen, if we were to take Sikabia, Womedia, Eshisha, you prosecute us, Ghana, you so, the debt stock, I always say here, 258 billion Gangantuan cedis, and a Dahos say from the year Babayano, from say ye sika cram qua minuti they make any you winning baby ye be bopos yan efi ye be boefi papa smiley nena domho winning the enti because papa smiley sika na eda Barclays ne National Westminster Bank no onya 2 ne 3% woso ye ma ye create bond mano municipal bond mano no the sika na eba be share the building of Ghana mua ubenya 8-10%. Nyansa. I don't know.
Kofi, say question. I say what you fetch the kakra. So
there be man fan fetch the one to see.
There you person who say never cost to.
Who can how to raise the money and the someone the way I be am I man. And
the person let's say education, one thing that you want to do there. And then costing no who say ebe cost to omano so and so now sikado do na ebe cost to and this is how we are going to raise the money and then our KP say will be raise bonds no but I will see who cost no so that we know how much we are going to raise.
The National Development Plan in the first term will be anywhere between 24 to 26 billion dollars. Now before you ruffle your feathers, no, let me show you something. if you were to go back, say, if Accountant General say, I'm out for this 4 billion a year, who come back 5 years a pay, 5 years, 4 years saying, and yet 20 billion social services be my in the same 4 years, no, so we see who hemorrhage, we see who plug us our hemorrhage now. I just say 4 billion now, go to waste every year. What's saying another 20 billion and you're 40 billion? They make compatible matters here.
Because that data, no, have you verified said that data, no, a artificial na a real data? We can have the data because we have spent a lot of money from the IMF to look at ghost name. Where is that money? I don't know whether you follow that story.
Okay, they're making. First of all, you don't have a choice. I don't have a choice but to work with the data that we have been given. Because the information I want to come and only the bear analysis till set and nobody could do a damn thing about it.
No, I can do that because since I can say a GPS, Ufa taxi driver and found for the right place. So why do you want to use a wrong data that is there? Then it's not.
No. Debbie. I don't know. Will be use GPS or well, who said we're going to use it? The American say.
I'm also referring to your example.
Say
also GPS no, and your papa. What makes you to believe say the data that they are giving to you, no, are accurate?
Oh, and I'm make answer because you okay, the American you American want to say. Say me call parliament. Now right to information bill, makoji information and free parliamentar. The level of authenticity of the document now as good as the person who put it there. But what do you know? What may I doing?
Aye.
Okay, good. Inti say information as a say nipa krona control 3. And now control 1.5. 1.5 no ene wo ho. And now and also ne be basis for your computation. But what you say?
And that is a problematic. That because
maybe they tobuase pacho. Tobuase. The American would you tum say sanity? So would you tum say?
Oh, actually, first.
And but
over and around it.
I didn't go around the T. The American say, as far as the having authentic information, till say we will be through inside the hole. Now we be analysis based on the wukrano. You can never know for a fact to set the amount accurate.
Then Kufo was right. Kufo was right. I know also Kufo was wrong. You can't say that one in Singapore and Malaysia. Then Kufo was right. Until you get in, you don't know what is there. Is that what you're telling?
No. But T. And T, I actually beside my question, and I can't say. But you work with results, Abba. Now, what the NO guide do? So
you have a data of money going waste or set country. Don't tell me of that. The one that the Auditor General is saying, because you and I know, Belgium is inaccurate. So why are you going to use it?
Say anything American church say to you. $4 billion I will cast any accurate. One the paperwork I bet say it you. Now let's just say it can only be two things. Say accurate, I fact. Say any accurate. Yeba in the infants okay. Into one point and they say, what we say at Accountant General's office say $4 billion you lose every year from corruption. Yemfan say okay, amount no enya no kre enya mpa. Ye nyusu sika bia say ye ba ni nyusu sika bia we still know say taxes your tax net about 40%, as I say, you deco into a 95 percentile at the very least into income be free waba. Now ye banso na enonso enfan say eno say one more say tax net near 98 percentile. we still know say yɛwɔ diaspora money a nkurɔfoɔ pɛ sɛ ɛba at the rate of $6 billion. Nti yɛbɛ use sɛ sika na ɛba in na yɛayɛ diaspora municipal bonds sɛ nkurɔfoɔ mfa wɔn sika mmra na yɛmfa mpagya economy no yɛmfa ne sɛ obiara ka sɛ okay Kofi yɛmfa sika mma ɛhɔ nso nti kyerɛ sɛ yɛnya 3 strikes ɛno nso yɛmfa sika mma then what we are going to do is say taxes ɛwɔ hɔ. You have to have effective tax strategies. Nkurɔfoɔ te aseɛ sɛ wopɛ sɛ wapan yɛ yie a ɛsɛ sɛ yɛ tax o. But saa nneɛma yi nyinaa no na mɛka kyerɛw sɛ wonkɔdu insider to know for a fact sɛ adeɛ no yɛ $1 anaa $1.20 pesos no you will never know. Nti results a aba wonim sɛ Ghanafoɔ no yɛyɛ 30 million no wonim sɛ nipa 7.2 million ɛna ɛyɛ adwuma a ɛsɛ sɛ ɛtua taxes based on saa numbers yi wonim sɛ taxes ɛsɛ sɛ yɛgyegye ɛyɛ sesei. Nti from that you can make an educative decision sɛ sika yɛ a yɛagye ɛsɛ sɛ ɛtumi yɛ saa mpuntuo yi. Mpakyɛw deɛ meka wate aseɛ wonim sɛ contract no yɛde sika akɔyɛ nti ɛno no ɛntumi nyɛ sɛ wɔn mu di ntorɔ na kyerɛ yɛn because wɔn mu de sika na ɛma wɔn $1 billion a yɛkɔgye free IMF hɔ yi yɛnim sɛ yɛakɔgye yɛhu paperwork sɛ wɔn akɔgye nti yɛnim sɛ sika na bɛdu kurom ha sei deɛ wɔn de yɛɛyɛ they are yet to prove it sɛ wɔn de kɔyɛ sei anaa wɔn de yi sei nti yes information bi wɔ hɔ a woyɛ hwan wontumi improve kyɛ sɛ wabɛdu inside but the fact sɛ wobɛdu inside ansa na wahu no ɛnkyerɛ sɛ wohu information yɛ a wontumi ɛnya plan a ɛbɛtumi asolve problem no ɛm sɛ hɔ no na confusion na akye ebinom no it makes people think say Kofi you have to know everything from the inside before you can put a plan together. That's not true.
Okay,
when you know everything from the inside it makes your plan better. But
all right,
you can use the assessment of results SCCC to plan because no near true anka government be entering factional taking over another government.
All right, thank you very much Kofi. Na me ho sɛ Bobo pɛ sɛ ɔba mu yɛma no mmerɛ mu briefly na yɛnkɔ Abe ɛnso so Bobo Bobo hɔ Bobo ɛntimi nka deɛ a we will skip and then go on to Ora Abe ɔno afei no aba nti ɔno yɛma no meet yɛdu ɔne Kofi questions a wɔde ma no ɔmfa ma no Abe tete.
Yeah, Papa Smiley.
Good. Yanko, Kofi to you.
So why are you guys trying to work?
Don't come.
They want to be like you, man. They want to be like you.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm busy working anyway, but I followed a bit of the deliberations.
Mm-hmm.
My first reaction is with Doc. Doc, we have a principle called hope is not a strategy. You know that? You can hope or you can. If you don't have a strategy,
yes. Yeah, hope.
Yes.
Hope. Okay. And
understand?
It's very good. It's very good crowd about and say hope is not a strategy, because
exactly.
Now we are hoping for a better Ghana. Hoping for better Ghana. No, it's not a strategy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Continue.
Continue.
And the second issue was you people are trying to tackle Kofi on incomplete information. Sometimes you don't need complete information to make a decision or to make a choice. A typical example I can give you now is I'm working on a project now, a forecasting project, because the organization has got a lot of cash sitting there, and they failed audits because they were not using the available cash properly. They were not investing to generate revenue. So my task is to sort that thing out. So I have to do with the information available. Then going forward, marshal all the necessary information we need going forward to make things work. So I don't think we don't have complete information in our system, not at all. because of the fact that people who are supposed to organize that information themselves are benefiting from the chaos. We know of a whole hospitals being burned down, the Inland Revenue or the tax office being burned down, and so on, because they don't want to be implicated. And we know what happens when these things happen. There's no consequence for that. So if Kofi and his people can, because one of his pillars is data driven. So if they will be able to sort out data, that should be okay. Kofi, the question I wanted to ask you yesterday, unfortunately, Papa Smiley interceded for you. So I couldn't ask that question. I'm sure you are following the European Union negotiations. Are you?
Actually, no, European Union. My focus is only on Ghana, but go ahead.
Okay.
Educate me.
The negotiation is not a walk in the park. They do it almost every week. They go, it hits a snag. They come back and come to re-strategize, and go back again on both sides.
Okay.
Yet they don't. Nobody is throwing any tantrums. And this is one example. But we've seen situations where our people, for lack of, mental capacity or intellectual reasoning, this is the point I held against NDC. When they fail or they send children to go and negotiate with the EC, the parties have every right to make things uncomfortable for the Electoral Commission. Not by routing, not by violence, but setting stringent requirements for the Electoral Commission to sit up. But they resort to walkout, violence, and all those things, So my point is, Kofi, I know the negotiation you people are having now. I won't say it's difficult, but you are all singing from different hymns. So how do you think you can manage all the differences among all of you so that we get a unified or a consensus to fight these thieves? That is my concern.
All right. Abi, your concern is well raised. I'm say asemi Kofi handcroft pa.
Emete pa say because Papa when him said the handcroft we nipa kakre ya wo hey woman Ghana.
Oh Kofi ahomanato Kofi sabra na yento adwumadi ne so kama na yɛkɔ anim dia na me ka kyerɛ wo sɛ no ya relax corona measures no kakra nti A24 Media Services we back in business for all your event management issues, be it the music, be it the MC, be it food, decoration or what have you. Nti sɛ auto bedi a year and a year. Jumadi bia udi bia na Fabedana A24 Media Services will give you good music, we give you very beautiful and wonderful master of ceremony. When it comes to decorations, we do a very wonderful job for you. And when it comes to food, don't go there. We will give you sumptuous meals as well. Over to me after any of our contacts, 0208 144 8180. We will certainly be picking you off air and talk to you. And now 079 8356 0321. And now 079 0414 3168. Offer Sana my movie, whatever the situation may be. we will find something that will meet your pocket, not compromising on quality as well. Enti Shannon so yeah relax the idea and say yes, I'll get it back into business. So that is what our 24 media services we there for you. Yo, Abe.
Yeah, Baba Smiley. Kofi is not back yet.
Now we'll be a metom idea now Sakasawum. Because I
hear you say V8 or B8. I wasn't sure. Whether you want to buy V8 or B8.
All right. Kofi Nyamai. So, Obaya me draw attention. But producer, so take it on more.
Yeah, but Basmali, you see.
Producer, on more. Yes, over here, Kofi. Am I in? Why? Come on. Hey, not they say crowd, yeah. Controls no nyadwuma kra Abe unni controls so
they are hoping Kofi is hoping for
all right yan homeso na yan ko ya ofa Kofi Twumbarima eso oba Kofi.
Yes sir.
And what Kofi wa boy nkomo pa so wa kan say bebre right say o dey o concern kese pa ye how independent presidential aspirants in Abetimi about together.
No. I also concerned because
on say maybe I actually make kind of say I don't say I'm concerned, but I don't say when we were even talking about education, but when you came in, you went straight to that area, unified purpose. It is when I say your concern, I don't say it's not my concern as well. It's not on the hair. It is just a way of just putting it. So, na say no, said yeah, ote and chechiremuni said esi kono. I don't know how much time you guys have in order to come to that agreement, that consensus going forward. Because say akaba ese bosume miensa meboa. Ne yeko election no. In fact nkrofo amono omo ekusi eni no so omo nya nkrofo kuma, right? They have money. Some of them money sikana kra dem nya bisisi ya. So they have money. They have money. Nti ohwa bosume miensa no race by na mbetimi akopa mbetimi and making sure say you guys are able to reach an agreement going forward with one person or so.
Okay, thank you very much. You see, that is why I'm not exactly very happy with what Mr. Koranteng is saying here today. Okay, the question is, time constraints, is up. Number two, your friend, let's say, Mr. Koranteng Kasan, or can say, the last time I was here, me can say, this independent project, some other people have been doing it for a long time. In 2012, we are pioneers. Jacob was saying, when we were there, all these other guys were not there. When we were fighting the second election, 2016, they were not there. So they realized it's just now, and now, and Mr. Koranteng emphasized, yes, Jacob was saying, has paved the way for that independent project to proceed to where, and then or can say. And to me, what I want to see is say, a proper say, see, we are here already. One more free baby. I want to see him sit down with us, our team, and talk. European Brexit agreement. Almost every 2-3 days, we are some senior Brexit secretary is flying on the plane, flying from London to Brussels and back within 2. Theresa May or London. That is a continuous process. But me for 4 or 5 weeks, Mr. Koranteng is in the crown. He's not talking to me. He's not talking to. We are not sitting down, and I do not understand. Meaning, when I was saying, when you are talking about time, just about 2-3 months, we have not even sat down for once. And I told him, say, in February, me and Mr. Koranteng's campaign manager, Hubert, he invited me for a breakfast meeting. And on the same day, I had a breakfast meeting, and then I do 10 p.m. I had a dinner meeting as well. All of us near waiting for Mr. Koranteng to touch down. And 28th or 29th of March, airports were closed. I told just about a month ago now, so let me say, or hitting or drew from one pen or drew ground, we're going to hit them at the ground running. Straight a day or two, there's a meeting. He's sitting down with me, with his campaign team, my campaign team. We are talking. That I've not seen that happen. And I've questioned him on that. And we'll see, it's not good enough. The people of Ghana want to see a unified face, not this individual. Jacob said what has been the one person the face 2012, 2016. It was not good enough. Say Kofi Koranteng is about 2020. He's also following the same bread. Where is the unified force with only 3 months in front of us? And we have not even sat down once a crowd for even to have a marathon, not because you're here. It will require a fast-track dialogue, physical dialogue, fast-track. Oh, now they all catch me and say, I'm thinking, say, Obia won't be doing Como and Rena. Yeah, modalities to be tidied up to be a I'm waiting to see that happen. But I think time is not on our side. And this individual at the end there, if you know ain't me achieve with the purpose, you know. And people are crying for that unified force. And we've got pockets of leaders all over the place. For a CPAC meeting, we have 5 of them. We have Jacob Akaranka 6. There were 2 others, 6, 7. Plus the CPP, the PPP. We are totally about 10. Why is it so difficult, sir? 10 of us, when they are free, a Brexit meeting, they can meet with all the 27 countries, they can meet every day. Why is it so elusive to us? That is the question. Mr. Koranteng. Why? And he's in Accra for the past 4 or 5 weeks. And we haven't sat down once. And that, to me, that's a problem for me.
All right.
Mate,
also concern. So, Mate.
We need to sit down so that people will have confidence that, yes, all the parties have met. How is that going to... It's a problem, and anyway, my busa the direct. So no my platform last week. We need to go by. All of you must have the same question. And no say now me try and say Obe Frebi Ebesia and campaign manager Hubert Obe Frebi. But that call is not forthcoming yet. Abe or many abe Edisan Koboya was also Obe Frebi. So Wakasa Obe Frebi or Pamicho. I think what in bidding Kobo way say tonight or tomorrow. Then maybe he will take it from there. But you see, time is not on our side. Seriously, we need a fast-track dialogue. Meetings in a week. We should be meeting about 2 or 3 times in a week to fashion out some level of collaboration for people to build confidence in that project, that independent project. At the moment, to me, that's a problem. It is a big problem.
Okay, all right, you. They bet me for now and they say you better try whatever conversation he will be having with you. And then you guys can take it from there. Let me say and yet people are also concerned about Kofi Ghani also walking away, and also another concern. And we hope people will be able to come together and let's address those concerns. Well,
it's taking too long. I mean, Kofi Ghani walk away. We are about the 2nd week. We're going to perhaps into the 3rd week. Since I'll be independent. Yeah, I mean, when cracks of this sort begin to show up in the public domain, it doesn't speak well. It is eroding confidence in that independent project. That crack should have been resolved fast track within 24 hours of its happening. It should have. I mean, within 24, 48 hours, crash meetings, day and night meetings to resolve whatever. Excellent. Yeah, man, Kofi Ghani walked away. Within 24, 48 hours. And that has taken 2 weeks now, 2, 3 weeks since they had a presidential debate. This is about the 3rd week. And the cracks are still there. Kofi Koranteng is in Ghana 4 or 5 weeks. He has never sat down with me. And I don't know. Today I pushed him, said, why? I mean, all this time, 4 or 5 weeks or 1 kind of, we haven't had any fruitful, fast track discussions. And these things are done with fast track. An example, Brexit agreement. Anopa, Theresa May, he flies to Brussels, and you read about Downing Street. 2 days later, she flies to Brussels, and backwards and forwards. There's no gap. The last time the CPAC presidential debate took place was over 2.5 weeks ago. When Kofi Ghana walked out, nothing is happening. We're running into the 3rd week. Oh, Mr. Koranteng is in Ghana. This, I think, is the 4th or 5th week. The problems are staring at our face, and we should call it spade. Oh, these things require resolute, fast-track dialogue. That is what we need. It's not a question, say, or the whole platform, Ghana First platform. So that is not good enough. That's a people's forces. The people want to see a unified face, not on the platforms. Everybody, all the voting public in Ghana are not on the Ghana First platform.
Mate de all can say pa Mate ase. Yo,
whether here
Bomba de say
no other things and better make one some.
Efa yemkomodi ya ho ana say
yen do so ana.
Chance we don't want to jump in and out again, so intino before we can move into other areas as well. Why? Address these issues.
About 1 o'clock, say 2 o'clock now. Upon. No, Becca said, "Let's work as ideas."
I would say, whatever is there, be an enemy say. And near my pressing, but you're reckoning now. Producer. Producer
is the Bank of Scotland.
Producer Bomodia say yes, Sabeka Kofi. Now at least for the next 30 minutes, and we can just round up beautifully, and then for the rest of the minutes, no. But as we wait, my auntie, Uncle Body, or Basso earlier on, and was our baby. Yentino, we are. Now, Kofi, my idea, we might possibly have to get into other areas as well. Uncle Body, or Bamaso, what's it?
I think it's
beautiful. And yeah, we didn't need Kofi knew what dear, but the other can't own a Chibian still an Betty. Why?
Good. You make a crowd a comma or Munina independence, Nina. No offer Kofi. Every time the enemy share, Timbiana, managing and commodity. Nadia no Kaklana. O kan menen shed anyadwen papa efa Kofi Ghana say o ma me hu omo ne ayide no e basa na say o go back to ye culture na so ye ne empanyfo nti no enkura no akura na ese tembia Ghana culture na akura na ese tembia o kopanyi na so na say ye de o Ghana nti no so ono na buy na se ne o kan ono so kura me ati ase every day say culture na there sometimes normal people who and why etiki epeni ye ne de ye nyina epeni ye si e ka bom nipa no waba onya mai onso hia no ono so hia but ebi a wona opade ni ye pa se ne ye kan o pese independent ye nyina e ka bom nti upeni ye ne de ntwen se o mara answer. It is a can you see and I say, if you gonna answer, and I say, yeah, my name, and I say, Mama, and I'm open, yeah, Papa, so Omotu, because last time, Mr. Joy by an Ometi, I say, I feel no money happened to no be 2-1. But I say, you provoke for 2 months already, or Chelsea said, Kufigana, no more my idea, or no more, the organ, and so Mona, I say, almost stand and they say, yeah, the could be. Say Kobasa, the other say, Quanda Dana, it didn't say open ye, and ye and I pen ye, Organa, and as anyway, on to Sanamon. Say Kofi never bow, or no by Chiro, or no Eden, on to Sanamon, and Tika Necra by also, or mobile crammer tuna, and among my friend, Manakas of the Bansoma, and I'm a conifia crano, white Shemisiwa, my Balkas old candy. I say, who said you meant for whether men find show idea as it because of say more penny for no into no penny or among your same no into so money the 2 and more, but it's a more penny the uncle Basadia
All right. Yo, Uncle Body, and Matty, or I knew you can cry ma. Uncle Kofi Uncle.
Yeah, mini a cane. Minno and Yagri. Minno and Yagri say, what day Yamamu would your can, Yamia can will see a bush someone will be a new year home. See you now, someone point or mampo. This is the case I mean to Temaha. Mr. Koranteng, a dow bedroom gun, how play bedroom gun, meaning I don't know. Bedroom gun, across what Lasibi, what Dansuman, what Osu, I don't know up to now. Meaning, baby, I will take it. So how do I, as a man runs the candy, yada a fee, to be a bampoa, yes, he say, will be a few, will be a few. This is the case. I mean, no meaning so obey to yellow, or move from American Abbey Ghana, airport, whereby, would do here within the bag, or call baby or Cossiano. Now, my friend, one of the say, hey, Bama, I did not do them bedroom you, we might understand your canon. And today, what team Mr. Body Timacocase, as had the nice any year currency, yeah, penny. That's how you can say a penny. We have never said that. So, what year, Mr. Koranteng is no Cassandra. What of course I say, joy and pave the way. And also, what's our own frequency one? Send us to Gabaka and Natural Koranteng. 80, one in one bedroom. When you in the country airport or call a Debbie Nadia, was you or have your hammy or ha, number, yeah, me use so Megana number empty and an for any. Therefore, you may who exactly with you, so, me to Dansuman, me to Sakomono, Nimehu. Now, dear, what can I say here? Me, 77 I better be baby, if you airport or what here. To what you hotel and what here, be meaning. I don't have that information. To be a water of carry, it be an hour now, be one, dear. Woman trouble the trouble be out here. Kachano Panqua make 2 can knock over the chakwa, Mr. Body.
Yo, Uncle Body.
Mr. Body, what did you carry?
And say, Kofi, watch it, Mama.
So on any company managers, and James so access to Nipan, but yeah, Michelin and say, a vote, a Nipa don't want yet. It's Siano cry, Kofi Ghana, be all by NDC and MPP bet me approaching because we has over come. Intino say, make the entire American by Jenny Shubano. Say, yeah, politics, Diana say, Amano, and I say, you could be a crown. Now, Opus Unipa. Sometimes a true baby on a true and a moko. Ha, Cook it and kitty, and a sorry more, and no more, Sam, no money. The name say, send ye a jamu penny, and your mutu and a moko, a bit yabo. And say, Kakram, the rest of them, you, Yate, Uncle Body, take your own tea, come. Now, Kofi, Abba, Homana, so go with Yanka.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful. A few things behind you. Say, people are more concerned, more particularly concerned about you guys coming together. No, who young for because obviously we can feel individually, you guys have some very beautiful ideas for our country, but mummy, said that man come together. Ebe hard pa na opening Kofi Berema, and so as I raising the concern as to why you guys have not you haven't been able to meet up with Ononi team, no. So with the mestre pa and you may ya of a Kofi unum the phone. Why? Now you guys take it from there. You guys take it from there. Why? Na you bit my home. Na Abe anana ewo flower kasa intinimienti Abe whatever he has to say, and then we can move forward from there. Abe. Hey, Abe oh. Okay. Say Abe ni honum dia. Ene yema obia just
Papa Smiley.
Abi.
I asked Kofi a question and he was answering it. So I think that was what we were all listening.
Okay. All right then. Kofi.
Okay, Abi, let's go back to where we left off. Where did I leave off?
I mean, my question was, we all agree that it is not easy to negotiate for positions like this, because you have your interests. The other teams to have their interests, but we have to exercise the same level of tolerance. Or because Kofi, take it like this: if you are president, and I know I'm in your cabinet. By the way, I spoke with one of my friends over the weekend. He's a prof in Arkansas. You know him. He said he was your classmate.
Really?
You know him, Kwesi Boateng.
Kwesi Boateng.
Kwesi Boateng, yeah, he's a prof over there.
Okay.
And I think, imagine you have people like us in your cabinet.
Yeah.
Some of us will not just allow the president or whoever to, what do they call it, rock shot, or, to just, because at the end of the day, if there is failure, we'll all bear the consequence of that failure.
Absolutely.
So we have to subject whatever decision you take to critical tests. We may oppose some of your decisions, we may dissent, and so on, which is part of leadership, or which is part of management. So the reason why I brought this thing is that, this is a test of what is ahead, or what is awaiting all of you as leaders.
Absolutely.
We want to know, in reality, if things like this happen, how you people are going to resolve it without a break in the cabinet, because it will be disastrous. You see the way Donald Trump is behaving?
Yeah, I totally see. And
we don't want a repeat of that in our system.
You see, this is what we have to contend with, and this is what I want everybody to be, to appreciate.
Yeah.
The thing is, Abby, listen to me. Even though we are all sitting at the table and having dinner,
yeah,
not everybody can appreciate the meal that has been prepared before us.
Yeah.
Some people understand how the food was put together. Some people just eat and don't appreciate it because they're just hungry. Different people come to the table differently with different backgrounds and experiences. So if we have to decide on something, we have to take that into consideration, understanding and also accepting that we are dealing with people who have different backgrounds, and their perspective on that which we need to talk about is set. And the reason why I say that, Abby, is this. We can bend over backwards in an attempt to accommodate everybody at the table. But it gets to a point, and hopefully it doesn't with ours, but if it has to get to a point where you are bending over far backwards, too far that it affects the integrity of the same thing that you stand for, then you must sound the alarm and say, no, you cannot go further. So we all have to bear in mind, but that the objective is for all of us to come together. But we are not coming together just for coming together's sake. We have to come together for a purpose that is going to ultimately work for Ghanaians.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? So let's be real. I am willing, if everything predicates on Kofi Koranteng, and it's to do with my pride, putting my pride in my pocket, nobody has a problem at the table, because I will be the water boy just to make it happen for Ghana.
Yeah.
But if it compromises that which we want to do, then I am not going to allow for that to happen, only because then it disintegrates the value that we want to bring to the table in the first place. So why would not, and I'm saying that to say that, why would we butt heads at the table if we all want to make sure we have the least.
Hello?
Yeah, Kofi or say
Kofi start again.
The Skype no, and maybe someone is come on the line. He will come back.
Ghana internet.
He will come back. But asem kese ene da table no so no, right? Asem kese pa ene da ho no no.
What about Papa Smile? I feel
if you were to prove
okay,
that 25
Kofi is back.
Yeah.
Kofi Koso.
25 is actually better than 10, then we work with it from what I have studied, we have put into a lot of work and thought. We know that we could do this seamlessly with 10. Yeah. I'm not gonna allow anybody to change it and say, oh, listen, if you don't make it 35, I'm not gonna sit at the table with you. Well, it's not gonna work so well, because we want to ultimately make it work the best for Ghanaians. So I don't see any problem why we cannot sit and talk. Ultimately, listen, we want to have surveys, we want to have civil society, we want to have people that we trust sit at the table and say, who do we think is the best person to lead? Yeah. But once we come together and do all of that and they pick somebody, we're not then going to say, no, I don't like your pick because this was, so why don't we make it this? Then it becomes unfair.
Okay.
And then, so that's all I'm saying.
All right. Thank you very much. Na Angelo, Otiu Free Ghana. He's a very astute man. If you are able to, convince him with what you have in stock, he will certainly be a good person on your team. Or say, I'm wondering if Kofi is going to appoint Ghanaians as his 10 ministers. Who are they? What's their track record? How different are they going to be from the other Ghanaian ministers we have seen since independence? He again mentioned he can't work with other politicians because they are corrupt.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Okay.
If you're going to make a statement, please get it right. I did not say I'm not going to work with other politicians. I said I'm not going to work with NDC and MPP because they have proved themselves to be criminals, which we all know. Get it right.
Okay.
You're going to ask questions.
But on that score, no, who be president, who as independent, who need political party, and yet they are majority of parliament. 81 man say you two tests and it is say an MPP and this a majority of parliament. Until one now be you.
No. Answer Kofi Kama. Oh, we a question in na so on the and then you can possibly do the plus and minuses, and then we can move forward. Or say, is he going to depend on his own parliamentarians or the current crop of NDC, NPP parliamentarians? That's the question.
Okay, a couple of things. For now, no constitution any day to get in. But once you go in, no, and you're not Bema Council as scripted, crafted BB, not yet they make changes. But constitution and that say you have to have more than 50% of your ministers, of your cabinet chosen from your friends saying the parliament. This notion said wouldn't need majority into one crop for PK parliament. Woman wouldn't for meaning baby amukunya side any fee. There's no such thing. What parliament where Juma and set will be Juma ama
wo constituency. Say ye mra abeto ho na won so de beboa wo constituency. There is no such thing say as a say president bi wo majority ansa na woni na ye adwuma ye ntro wo ba bia nti yifiri wutirim. Ye de bill beto ho a wo hwe said ye ene wo constituency be di ye na wapene so. Say cabinet as I say ye 50%. So it is. Who did he pass it? Parliamentarian be what my yin say or may cabinet tobacco so media me NDC and me MPP into member. I don't think so because what the NSA was serve or mine. The MMA kind of say because constitution said ye woman in free parliament in Tino, ye be you woman a free parliament. There be a difference and then say ye best set a very strict guideline amount say we be obey NDC, be obey MPP. Nemo, we be follow way now the I Juma. Yes, sir, you bear the consequences. That's all. Indeed, the fact that on ye crofo be at ye do woman originally, no, and just say ye nene ye Juma. Ye can say me nkona many woman koye Juma, and I'm any woman koye Juma because I cannot change the way they are structured as far as party. But say me a president there, and yet I have changed the system into they have to fit in system now about a whole different consciousness.
All right, you. Mamenko fire homes fire fire obi just meet me and Sammy and then Yama Kofi fire shall say why
one any parliament issue. For instance, what the budget call NDC MPP on come home even MPP they vote the budget out. What are you going to do?
You show us why in the constitution budget override it. That's mean budget out. So you have to understand the processes happen. There is a specific process. So what the bill but it go through. Into won't make us a majority team me vote tune out there be. And yes,
tell us how it's been done. You haven't said anything.
What the bill never told as I said, one more bobo, say, dear, we near pay, and I win near pencil, and I win near some way you go into arguments. Now the decision is made. Say, me the idea not better to say, idea a year ma or my ma. It's going to be very hard to say, who Becca say, yeah, ma, ubia, only be senior citizen already age 65. Yeah, man, a free medical. And now Colabia already 5. Yeah, man, a free medical. Now Becassi and the AM Peneso. So see, 2/3 majority now. Then it goes to say, yeah, no, your friend saying, Ebeko, we're 2/3 majority now. Oh, gosh, hold on one second. And now into a referendum. And a referendum now, we will come and we will educate the Ghanaian people for them to know, say, now more parliamentarians no say one more MP so.
At the end of a referendum, no.
Say, yeah, the bill better ho. Now say, walk, I say, yeah, majority no parliament to pass it up. We will have a referendum.
Referendum throughout your tenure.
What's that?
Also, you obey executive order.
Obey you Ghana executive order. Your executive instrument.
But the same thing.
Well, you could say that, but okay. But the kind of say. Now we are president. I'll be used to executive instruments. Now they're pushing you. You want the people to also get involved. No man who say, "Adia wo ye na eye wo mu ye di inti na wo ya ma wo mu." So Inti say idea as I say woko a bibi bigger as I say woko a referendum. You go to a referendum, a bibi get the kitchen. Maybe ni say I personally don't believe say NDC ni MPP a baby jina a big deal say one more stop bibi a papa a beboa on my map.
That is what they will do. That we are not getting the rhythm. That is even here in England. Labour will ensure that Conservative will not go through. It's numbers. So don't just say.
I know. And I make us say, Masa. They will can now. Speculative. Say it drew where. So said the Mema canon. It drew where we will use. Say, I don't want to come and say, oh, we'll be used to executive instrument. But if PPA is in 2/3 a year approval near, we will bring it to the Ghanaian people for them to make. That is the normal constitutional course. SSAF in Tiahonia de Befa.
All right.
Then I will wait me. Won't mean you be except for say the in Rana ya shared the honor and also Nessa the fan out the year Juma. You cannot worry about BB any who say, dear now, well, Emrada who say, and yes, say necessary next step. You be following. That's all.
Yo, thank you very much, Kofi. Dr. Ajingo. Doc.
Let me finish my last one.
Now, my meeting and so.
Papa, Mammy Sawi. Sir, or no farm time. On 7 person mental jetting. Papa, I want him to go and look at what is the vote of no confidence in Parliament as against the executive. About for South Africa case and other countries, and don't happen in the Liman government. Into Uncle Study, because that notion, I don't know how you want to put it into Uncle Head. And two, I now believe in some of the things that work. But when I'm will convince me. Sunday. What are they? Echo 2 weeks. What have you used that science data to solve the internal problem? Because Ghanaians are going to test you and actually decide. What do you think? Someone living outside Ghana will be convinced that this is the right people than the MPP. They are able to solve their own issues. It's not about the personality. It's a message different from what they have not heard. Into practicality, what science approach and where you choose to solve that problem, do within it. I got 3 months, maintains also across any part of the region, still in Accra. You see these big boys from West Kano, they are in the other villages. On mommy quickly, what is he going to do? From a net about BIM Friday, Ibontia, Kofi Ako, or no Makinako Kambum. Then Obi Wano so or a third for a year. No young what they so when you say Nakaka also the financial contribution. On mommy, the science approach to this small internal crisis now is see Muno.
All right. Kofi.
Yo, Minia. The Tiana said, William says he say a coalition. It's a coalition into Bibia or you be and said only when you are let's not say Namotra Honamoye. Into Yaye meeting, ya planning Bibia or China. Ye twa ye nshisha no so nti nyame adoma before in the next 2 weeks no ye ba be see road we say bibia we ye no enye Kofi na aye den na we say ye na as a team so said ye be ye fe no obia bete no ho ase nti we ye nyoma in a team so as say we make sure say ntiase ene nchechirimu aye adwuma ama obia eni age kama Inti enunti na ase enyoma nka echire ye because amanfo de wo ho age enyoma mu papa chairman ampofo de ukura yenua onipa de tai baby ukura baby Kalmo Morgan frame and run ajo o ma me run down of no ne nyoma wakoye na okwa akumfi enyoma wakoye ye be ye ready ye be tua na mo no inti obi a ye na dwuma na said the American bits and pieces and I kind of want to be away and as I said a full disclosure to be at 10 and 1 say would be who said because we deal with a few personalities. Inti minia ye beko enche mobeti and can
regions ni na yedamase.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jingo. Also for meeting me and saying,
yeah, many of you that's it. Na observation any. You said last election, right? The independent candidate, in your 16,000. What is it? We have 16,000 supporters for independent candidates. MPP, ruling party, since Mahama, difference of 1 million votes. And then looking at the things right now, and the situation you guys are in now, independent candidates. Do you believe, and I say, do you believe in your heart of hearts? I don't know how many hearts you have, but in your heart of hearts, say, from now on to December, and what do you call it? Independent candidate will come out as a president of Ghana.
Okay. For questioning, no.
Yes.
All right. You. Any Kofi Buane, why?
Yo. Any meeting here. Meeting a question here. I'm say or say independent candidate numbers no at election no a dismal kakra. Inti ebeden na sisi ayi na ya bet together yam say numbers no be ko nanim meboa.
I obeso who say on the last elections independent candidate or call onya 15,000. So now obeso who say mo sure say 2020 independent candidate ebitime win presidency na pepe.
Absolutely because when you say doc the attorney say prior to we na we service bia enipa mfana dwene mase we are ready for NDC you be NDC and PPA free ho but say what track enioma wo social media enye social media na ye hwe bibia de but what track mainly on social media because of corona ama dynamics of interaction no asesa kakra ti na akogu social media what track the AC wo ho a ase obia na e ka se third force so inti ye nim se third force no time aba never in the history of Ghana politics has the electorate been ready for a third force ewo Ghana. And number 2, organizations CSOs ne other democratic organizations are forecast to say there's going to be a huge voter apathy 2020. Identity because people are disgruntled, people are not happy. So inti we enkophobia womote eja ye nyoma yie na etumi ema womote enyoma bia se said mumu bi ka na enwumre se mo pese hu se be together na ye nyoma na mo hu se oh ampa nkofo womadi wom hu ni womatumi answer questions ase ya kan ye ho abom ase ene mumu pii no ebeto aman so na mumu pii na ebeto amaye no nso no ebe mayen atumi awini nkrofo ananka womakase anka yento aba no kra se bibi be Kenya womato aba no 2020 nti mo de mo mehwe enuoma abesesa Ghana 5 years ago were we having this conversation on radio stations? No. There was never this conversation had. Upa kokotie recordings of DC 5 years. Certainly in Nayawaha, yetiase. Uka radio, uti radio bi ho asem say ubi can say oh na third force. No, uka third force okra ni ebesero. But this time dear, Afro Barometer, one more research, one my year, say close to 70% okra say they are ready for third force. It's never happened in the history of Ghana. Inti the timing is right. Inti momekanya huni akoye edamose.
All right.
Kofi.
Doc. I don't know. Where we? Yanko doctor. Okay. Yanko Abe. So Abe.
Yeah, Baba Smiley. I don't have anything. So.
You don't have anything. Yeah. Okay. All right. And yeah, Ajibobo. And Bobo. What Timinka?
Yeah, about Timinka.
Aha, young quay, also. Kakra walker.
Okay, Kofi.
Yes, sir.
The question there, all my time, the Quinty, me better to na. Kofi, me patch up, Metio Kakra. I heard you say, there is something called 132 predicament as a bullet solution to solving Ghana problem. What could do Ghana, you say? 190 gram. What is that 132? Our office said the number 132 is so magic. It's a bit more solve a problem, no? And normally the discussion that has gone on now, no. Can you throw light on? Say it's still a tool to use to get people on your side, or it's a tool that will solve our problem?
You actually, that's it. The TN said, 132 predicament, you know, an explanation of your problem. So, 132 predicament, you know, was not supposed to be a prescription. That's not what that is supposed to be. Inti, ye can say, nkofo betiasie, unse terbio na nkofo ka say, oh, na di inti na Ghana I say na di inti say what unse the genesis of solving any problem, you know, first it's in the understanding of the problem answer. Answer was to me a start a solve. Inti ye can say upesa solve your problem now. First, as I said, what your problem now actually your problem now predicates on ade baako, ade and saying any leadership and no any your problem, baby a poor baby free papa and foundation. You need leadership. You will leadership anchor. The problem no will be solved because leadership do more than say or diagnose no or prefer and go for one more take problem na say not one more solve a problem. Now DNT near what problem and only three things in tia what problem no and saying and say number one one more year conscious Ghana for one more take and you must see a woman journey emu ado akwechi anka sese anka one more etu ni pesi ho one more year ye krom no one kase one more year asahene ye kase obi asahene a ono na okko anim na okko one more sese anka one more year asahene no one more a recline one more pe on baby ada because woman sako woman no woman nya kakredi so ena the higher problem no one more accepting as normal. The second thing they say Ghana for mekano earlier on said Ghana for we don't really know what we want. So we don't know what we want. Say we name what you want, now we name what you deserve. Any politician bet me about no politician bet me amount akoko would deserve nentwie. So when it beji because who say which me de akoyen fine. So inti that's the 132 second one no. The third one may yet 3 no. Acho did we chipa. The third one na ema yet 3 no say Ghana for yes suffering a yes suffer and yet painful enough. Because painful enough anka ye no ye be bold to ye be gye ho say we dey ya bray ntumi nye bio but ye pain no bearable ninti no as a aponchini a wode na to nsuo ma wo turn heat ne up nkakra obedem saa no ano but wode na to nsuohie mu prekope obotu so otu free mu inti Ghana na your problem no bearable even though painful no enru ebrea nkofo hu hia won so much say won ka say bia we dey yampene ya tie sikrom na obiara si kurom ne yɛse yɛmpene yɛyɛ saa nka yɛchange yɛ situation nso yɛnyɛ saa nti ɛno ne 3 no nti nneɛma 3 no ne 3 no 132 no 3 no ɛno no nti 2 no ɛyɛ solution ne sɛ den solution ne sɛ yɛhia a revolution of the intellect of the masses just sɛ nipa a egu Ghana no famuna to me a revolutionize wɔn adwene ɛma wɔn te nneɛma bi ase a anka yɛn mu pii no bɛka sɛ daabi yɛn votu ma saa criminals yɛɛyɛ NDC ne NPP but ɔtenekura ase kanea kura onya bi nti election time do ne politician de lantern bi brɛ no anaa de torch bi brɛ na yɛsɛ hɛ kanea wei enum da nso meka na battery na hyɛ battery no pe bewu nso onim sɛ bewu bewie no ato aba na wie ne yɛde ama no matches aka ho ne ama no yi ntoma baako yɛsɛ gye na vote ma yɛbɛma wabrabra sesa na ɔno nso akɔ vote so until we need a revolution of the intellect of the masses because if our intellects SSR obi ntumi ma fa bayi Wellington boots ma wobro ni mo size se fa kodo koko wobra wodo ntos na wonto aba ma no and the second thing is say yampe a revolution ne dia na we need an installation of a competent, functional, and a caring leadership. So, and only human-centered leadership. So, a whole different paradigm to leading people. And only if you quarantine and a pound for Mama, you're quite near bar. Ye beye bibia ama bibia aye kama ama ubia who say yes bibia ko ni ye pepe ubia ni aje intina 132 predicament no and me babe do ye 132 predicament no achi to answer your question no 132 predicament no wo like the first time is still prevalent in Ghana. Inti na no. Inti everything before 132 predicaments na edasujina ho train sanity.
Okay. All right then. Thank you very much for that. Mahuni said Bombardier. Yo, and your final word to him. Why?
You better say when you're a buyer. Where there's a way, there's a way. Me who say Ghana for so that my country say after this election say koye MPP NDC now say you just to say na man for the nti if it's that time no bia ka say no chire say MPP nya ne dia chire say but mun ka say mu no he MPP supporters NDC supporters woman ya pia ye double K because I dey makachiro what from 93 to 2020 say papa that time ke nya me ire ne wo ya ke ba we 27 years ko bank wa wokra me nya nana. That's why MPP about MPP NDC about 4 times. Yes, he was a second division. And this near see on no, yes, at Abamano. Say Cobasis we would DNA to say San Peno, 8 media say independent beba. It should be a paradigm shift. So the idea Bremo, and I said to the Bios are crowded your brand and one casa on coaching Necoton, a friend and come. If it's a saying to me, because NDC yet. MPP yet for 27 years. Necessary for 2 more years. Next year, na Sanda Seba. Name no. If there's a partnership, the next year, there be. What we mean business. We are going to work our talk and talk our work. Say, Sanko putting your ball away. You don't mean our second division. Scientists idea and one year the same NDC MPP na name no. say if there's a partnership, a bit more, but hey, you got about independent maybe then at the end of the battle. Ain't you know, cause about your twin, NDC when you 4 million, NPP when you 4 million. So out of bed, you 10 million got to abano. Never when you can't. And so we need a pa, dear. Eddie said, one hour NDC near people, no, do one because I'm open independent. Maybe I'm in because run up or because second run up say you. Ain't you know, say, you say the likes of a Kofi Ghana ni Kofi ni wa mama keka hono ye joy mo be wini dia then also Ghana for mo to mind this any people na or say you have that partnership say you shift it go post no straight from the from the where it's supposed to be to straight to the center the babo hockey and as ye hockey ni free ho anya sad ya na ko yese ye ko independent na bia se bi obo ballot box no so but enko no ya nkata ansesa ya adwene na ya mpede ye hia ya ne sa kodi di ye kodi python ne di no ne dia ne papa saa ne be ye enti mese Ghana for sezi NDC for akopota so monye no more first division MPPC so mo nzo anhwe ya obi nim na sese ko ese media maka ekoye sankofo mu bia mu dia ene no ano obi bia asem bia obi aka bia mintie se wo se MPP nya na zen de bi eye because se nya ade enye no e da bola so ade enye no ye de to bola so ade eye de eno no na hye dem ye 55 am ma meto nyina okọ obu divider single room la hye billion soaps nyina hye target sade timi hye okọ pro sla ni maintain it minimum say ade enye no either say a waste and a byproduct ade enye no and the center table so and the share divide mu enti yes MPP nya and ade enye no eni kwase timi di oma nipa so omoye eni si enye no ya to ba tia no enti se Ghana for am Ghana mu 30 million nipa be se 10-15 million e kwato aba no some kwato aba na ade eye no eda so entimi amba to say independent for entimi amba na ade enye no sla no MPP no disi omo de minim say omo nye necessarily kwato mamode a na papa don't blame this politician, blame the electorate because the power of the electorate is bigger than or more powerful than the power of the elected. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I wanted us to round up with Kofi, but Kofi, where the tram you, Mr. Obibre, or why the champion, or by the snappy, yeah, Brennan, yeah, break with Kofi, and now allow you to just come in very briefly. Now, yeah, Kofi and Kodina Home. Do you want the champion, Bamaso?
Oh, Kofi, I just get when the Kofi is about it.
Yeah, Kofi Koranteng or
Kofi, me chow. We are better Kukutuno, Benichi home, and no Cassa, Emma, Yanda for more Ghana. A bit of semi abitio war, any one more money, but you say, Ocasano, ne Bema Casayo. Kofi media, the American and say, let's catch so. Say, Binia, say, the old yen officer would ye and when this was who was so winning in Anno. A ye, F. A G2. Now, Kofi, I do a football to him. I did yet, and I'm on tour with my tobacco. But I want him to say, ye, and can do a cheer, who so 2 in the morning. O she be more animal. Uncle and the Montuno, Edney, Kofi, football to him. You be more animal. Uncle and the Montu, Eddie, papa. And now the catcher will say, a year, Papa Smiley, from a year for control radio. A bear in few moons, and then it be a minimum or more platform sell like Jamaica. Bobo. And then you know, we say, a say, and a war of a Tumasi, Prince Bombardier, and a Bilmo Bebre. Waki, Minus one media, no platform so. Then yes, I'm good one. And I'm paying for Bebre and I know Bebre all my money. I just said, you know, you say, and nobody in Koye, and nobody to see. I just say, you can't. Third force, you can't. And that day, third force will be back. Kofi, third force never back. Exam one, Mobison was standing as independent, and Mobison will come Bomu. Now, Mother Corner, akunya no free sa na tum beka vampires waiting che ono mo nche na baako pe ana mo ntuo no ebe de na me nam ana me hu se baako bi efe no apelu na bi sei na ne ka be se twem ana mo se we su de biam ni we su de biam ni because ade no so se mo na makoma sa esa ye hu eti ko fi dem sem be biam said dem se jemu na wie ya me no ka se me said dem se bi yem eye yem si ma me se man ti men kan mo dia na no kunya me ni se mo di hwa mo ye o mo di hwa mo se man ti men hu se ade bia se ne o se kan ye na ki kan hu bomo na wantu ni ma di hami na me ati na me be se me ye ni zan mo ni dia Kofi wow se ade papa wow tutu ko wo ho ade papa se obi tuma ya ade papa abranti bi metasha abranti bi was it the system is working 24/7 I'm talking on YouTube on just say abranti no 24 papa abranti send the video to me with the Ghana phone 24 times with do what times because they don't know which time and no shade in penny for more yana na is penny for no I say ye di be ja one more hono and go for far and go for be and hunu die 80 dem wo kan na mentman kam won mu dia e be mi ya pop 2020 be na twemu na sa two vampires here na twum de bi o kan mo asemi omugu so to no na me and wo Kofi Koranteng wo so ba betem na bia obesa ko America ho no na wudi sika be ma o man no omutimi mo entimi bu o man no said the last me show video bi I think say joy news wa be things na wo ho no and na me share video bu ho no minister bi as an address when ya nyo ho na me hwete bema wo so regina na wo fu na wo titi e be se gu so akoso Kofi me samu bebre so wo ko dia me jan wo ko mon ko na mon ko dwo ma no yi na mon kamum Kofi apelu number bi ayerega number bi hwan number bi any side ni nyina no emwa me da masu bebre papa
yo
bisia Kofi tumesi na mi sha bema kukudro derasi
yo owa champion yebedo ase yebedo ase na Kofi
Bacho no ha
how much more time have you got?
Well, a couple of things. Mpese me kan bibi. Na abrochirefo a mutie yen ene mo amwo line isu na no. Che bibia ewiase opese woye na etumpon no. Bibi te se de mu ye esese mo nso mutumi Ghana influence ne se enye se mo begina radio so na maka keke and the reason ti America se keke ne se wo wadwere pa na wo witiri mu no enye saa no bi dwene o obi dwene said you no be take advantage of the system but the American say Ghana fo aye wa abrochiri no ye di hu hwamo ene sen ene se esese anka by now mu radio ye akwantufo radio yi anka mu wo mu committee ana mu group bia mu wo be say $5 million $10 million bi at that bank na muntie de me kan yo mu ba ye maka say hey Kofi wona asesu say wo korane there be ye pese asemasi na wona ne ko ye ma mo $5 million na mo de akoye na wo be kan ye ho de a eni sika da ya futu mu ye ma mo $5 million na mo fa nkoye se na won so wo ho nkire wo eyesa na ama mo manya influence eyesa na ama obi o ne na ma te se je o se ne hu apalu o tike mu o de na mi ono no behu se power sa bruchirefo we wa wo mo de ba be support to process no wan ko ka ho a there is no way a wo no wo be di because wo mo di oja pa ene eba na we e ba ye amoken mo kana se ya na mo jai ama sankrofo na se mo de mo nkona mo mfa butin kopempem na Ghana for I wa bruchiri na entumi collective funds bi se ye di bi so masene na mom ye pese mo kodi dwuma no eno no ɛma nkurɔfoɔ bi a wɔn adwene ɛma pɛnkrom no empusu wɔn so na yɛnya influence a wei meka me aso meka ho bi because organizations no yɛatete bi wɔ America ɛsɛ sɛ yɛn Ghanafoɔ a yɛwɔ aburokyirima mu naa sɛ yɛpɛ sɛ yɛano du dwam a momma yɛnka yɛhu sɛ anka yɛn a yɛwɔ aburokyiri mu anka every year koraa na obiara yi $1 ɛna yɛde to afutuo mu a ɛna yɛsɛ yɛde yi candidate na yɛde yɛsu n'ase na wabɛrane a anka yɛn no ɛna yɛyɛ the deal makers nso ɛnyɛ saa na yɛbɛyɛ yɛtete phone so ne computer so ne nsɛm akɛseɛ ɛyɛ yɛyi maka yɛate me deɛ mewɔ hɔ obiara ba yɛbɛyɛ adwuma but momma yɛnhwɛ ɛhɔ no na yɛnya influence a biribi taa akyire ɛyɛ yɛyi mo se mode 5 million bi aba momfa nyɛ sei obi ogyina nkyɛn a ɔse ɔmmɛka ho no ɔno abɛhu sɛ adeɛ ma nkɔka ho a mea ne bɛdie atia me na wabɛka ho ɛno ne influence a broni de atete ne kurom ɛno ne influence a wɔn de ayɛ agyapadeɛ na wɔn de ayɛ nneɛma bebree ba yɛn naa no yɛn nnɔyɛ ho na biribiara a wɔne Ghana ni ka no ɛyɛ twemamentwe a ɛna ɛde biara sɛ yɛa na ɛbɛyɛ o anuanom sɛ yɛa na ɛbɛyɛ yɛbɛko saa yɛbɛka saa na yɛyi the most ideal person ɛnɛ yɛmfa ne sɛ deɛ muka yɛn naa yɛate joy yɛn naa yɛbɛbɛ together yɛbɛyi the most ideal person yɛyi ne wie a then what yɛyi ne wie ɔne ɔnkɔ gyina NDC ne MPP ano na ɔne ne nko yɛmfa biribiara nso n'asene ɛbɛyɛ no akoko nso yɛn de obiara pɛ third force no preparation bɛn yɛayɛ sɛ yɛde boa third force no so nti ɛhɔ no na mɛmɛka sɛ mesrɛ mo mpanyinfoɔ momfo nso ɛyɛ yɛyi na yɛnim sɛ election eba de bia mo committee a mo sɛ mo aka saa asɛm yia no na de bia no mo yi sika no gu hɔ na yɛkyi Ghanafoɔ no na yɛ mo yi o $1 $5 it will make a difference to your bottom line and so anka by now you will millions bi da hɔ there be barbecue akɛseɛ ɛnkosi hwee nti they say that we have a real predicament ne sɛ mepene so na deɛ mapene so me deɛ mini problem but ɛmmoa no nso a yɛde di agodie no nso ɛbɛfiri hi na aba me nua
all right yɛate wo nkyɛkyerɛ mu no ase paa na sɛ agya ɔpani kɛse a ɔdi w'anim de wobaa ha ɛyɛ Achibobo so
only sika no
wɔka board no so ho wɔno nso ne hwɛ sika no so nem kyerɛ no ɛnyɛ ne hwɛ sika no so na mmom wɔka board no ho wate aseɛ wɔka board no ho enti no yɛtie biara no nkɔmmɔdie biara no bɛkɔ so wɔ akyirɛ hɔ no na mepɛ sɛ wotie interview kumaa bi a Angelo onuaeɛ a ɔsɛne question bi free Ghana ɛne anuanom bi nkɔmmɔ bi a ɔmo diiɛ ɛwɔ Ghana tie na fa o response kakra ɛbra ɛwɔ ho why tie
bo di na bo kuro ni di ne bebi kuro no wo
bacho e frame
kase kakra
bacho frame ko kwapia mi free adroba
aha constituency ben Tano
no na constituency
na mo say so for trouble some poster bo ha na mi bisa say support to Chrome ha na
bacho there be we need support to
I no need support na say we need support and can poster bo ha
and the poster e bit mabo but we need support so
but say so problem bit na Ghana here na we be say Ghana here
Ghana they say ayi
then just say
he say no ma bebre asesa
e bi ni hen there
e bi ni what is free education na aba teachers training allowance ni nyina eba bibia e wo ho nti aduma ne de ekoso nti wono wona antobasian
na se wo tie ni nsem na make said that preach wo TV so ma so for trouble so na one person do vote be man David say
we vote party
so we are branch also man vote
me ya branch na David wona me vote
Now also with
MPP ni.
Frame from Pon.
Now also what you saying?
Oh, the Chirabosum there. Fine. We this we say we president ya. We need power presidential as no. But me nim ni history bia me nim even cry me nim baby o feel me cry I mean you say ni poster tell ho na me
na except your candidates will be joy. What is joy doing that?
Joy.
And I just who saying
joy onu show me onu kana nu onu show cry me hu ba na nim kasa cry me nim onu show the person was oba Ghana obeye we show person o ye Ghana yi but you hear from me
say person Ghana yi said joy person Ghana so no about 2012 about 2016 your person say be na now person support no
joy me free say from historical no me MPP ni there
what's the same again
because time na me we school mu na am so a scratch me kinkiti bi boa me
okay
sa nti me da ma MPP there me nim ade a be ma
na that party kinkiti na mo keka ho na Kofi Akpalu ne
omu ni ade me imagine say o be ka sa yi na na do ne mahama ho na ama presidential as na adoso na no ayede na onko ba bia
mate da ma se wa
you share that spa
yo Kofi.
Yes, sir.
So, ote nkoma omudi ya na meboa.
Okay.
Na what is your
enhadwene jayi papa na men kan se mencho. Who say we are science based what the numbers na ye adwuma. And Ram said me catch you say there are 7.7 million youth one more war between ages of 18 to 35 and 7.4 million Ghana for between 36 to 55. So now, say minimum age of Nkofo Kasai, but it sounds say be mobile 40s and I say be 30s in poor. Nkofo woman ye say any yeah the woman media woman to MPP mu. And until a woman to NDC mun to travel margin and ya woman ena one more year kasa because we realize that like with everything else ubi who so bakra or be walking into it so nti enya one more ne yen ideal electricity and one more kasa ye pen krofo a one year objective ye pe Ghana fo a one more bre one makọ hospital one nipa bi ewu accident mu out of the negligence if a be a driver driver no ye ne ko police ye gya no Kofi Kofa ekoma ede wo mo so sa enwoma nketenkete ni na ye kase said the president Kofi kan and say hwe wabra bi mu na fato abapa say wo hwe sa enwoma ni na wo feel say I don't know how na wo beba abeto aba na aban obeto no wo pese wo koso na de AC wo Ghana wo experience here we cannot change that your juma no is not to force it on people your juma no say ye no wo be ye wo nyame juma say papa wo wanya say wo de be ye bibi no say wo present wo ho abusuafo na wo mu and who said there is value in it for them. Why ye wunyami juma? And you have to be content with that. And yet by force. But make sure say, given the opportunity, no, bibia you have the power to do. Ubenyan topwasie achem kofomu enyoma. Na why ye wunyami juma ubeye wodie. You just surrender to the process and let life happen. Papa, who ye nipa bia was sending your friend musings. Who can sema inyansa ne abba wum editu yina yefwa. We've all enjoyed your wisdom. Papa, minim say in your writings no, what encounter say all you can do as a human being no, is all that you can do. And once you have done everything you can do, no, then that which you have done, no, is good enough. And that's my position.
Okay. All right then.
Thank
you very much for that. Na Angelo was saying Rantia no more bon common in their late 20s. And you say
okay.
Omedin Fisher Edunu. Right. Ansana yebeko krano fire. Yebemana kakra bi e de akyerɛw. And then possibly maybe you two can link up behind the scene. Because I think he has a lot that he can also offer you. Enti fire ansana yebejai ama Kofi akono kakra bi a obeka akyere no shenin kran wate ne bom pa man no nko
baba oya big boy enti odimni aoye but nyameka can say there are things bi wo ho a say nyamanfo aka no ono transi no come through ebeboa papa I know and you know say there are people who are out Ghana, they are willing to support or help financially. Now idea we or the aban papa say you knew meboa well ya can't say fiscal tour £1 say about a lot of people because of MPP and this again and some work Timber Mampo join a platform no actually yeah planning BBR say for 4 years no, it's a big amount, and Kofi have confirmed it. It's a good idea, and I think we'll meet it again. But forget about size Canada, no. Say minimum this 2020 no. Say inya credible personal be able say we nearly there. People are willing to help. Papa Empo Mediamaka, and it's not like trying to undermine the third force or discourage Kofi. Empo se on se ne bojo abaso makato empo se independent or third force no and to me win the presidential ticket 20 with this force now abano they are going to decide who should go and rule, and that to me is a win. Oh, I said no, because all these systems are canon. Say abano koye locked. No be anya 50+1. Now independent when you're even 5%, and I'm a catcher saying do okay 8 years ago we did my terminal. Mrs. So when you're 5%, one winning Ghana election as an independent or small party. One winning. So I don't know the data they are using, but that is the thing. When you're 5%, they will come to you. Then you tell them what to do. Then the next 4 years, Kofi, you're very young. Next 4 years, no, Ghanaians will know. Opposition. That question was very tricky, and some of these things are member friend outside Makachen. That question was very tricky, and I don't want to repeat. So about commenting the whole side, a lot about 4 tricky questions came out today. Well, but about to me is case you do be not a sir. According position, your basa, must say with the. You don't need to play with them, and I agree with you perfectly. But anyway, so to make a difference of 5%, could be 10 years, 5% with a little help of that some of us are willing to give. Whoever is going to lead 5%. 2024, the change will come.
Okay. All right.
Oh, indeed, Michelle Crown said, don't give up. Say, what I want is that more as here more drink a class among for Juma too. So much me about one, you can bring that change that some of us are looking for. Now we a mark to tell them, I don't want the IGP to be appointed by the president. No, the commission to be set up independent. That will go through the ranks, and then they will do the election without the president being appointing the IGP. So that common MP chairman, DC chairman, no country police commissioner said, do you know who am I? Do you know whom I am? Do you know whom I that bottom na person beti? Oh, in the extra momo more than obi aka no. Say mo ye na anye ya, that is fine. At least obi ebe hu say Kofi akoye e na anye Jacob nso e na no for body kan no. Mo nso motumi akokofi ho. It doesn't spoil anything. Yeah. Nti baba me dey see.
Yo.
I hope say from time to time na ask Ekono be next week there. Me dey expect by next week. And those who don't want to, I bet you now. Let me tell you, there is this two on this major constituency of Ghana. Among Kotwaba, the independent can work into it. It doesn't mean it's for independent. We have to get the people clear. Those two constituencies, Volta, yes, Volta and Toa, among Tuma NDC. Abatini you, be antini Volta, Oman Kotwaba, among Tuma NPP, but among Tuma NDC, no matter now. Into Ashanti region to pay. Now, ma MPP are winning. The same thing, Kufuor time. A moment, Kufuor Koya Kufuor the back. MPP, Kufuor more Ashanti region. Oman to Abanama MPP pay. Now, vote for problem, no one winning. And that is what the prediction is. And these two people, major region, you know, the task force,
okay,
rule them with the central region.
All right.
No. In the, me feel say this is the change. 2020 the and I watching Ashaka. See na boa na change in back. Nti ma me pe ovem no. Kremusa then we'll see what will happen. And that was it.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Yo, Kofi. Kofi, oh. Kofi, mute you. Aye. Million man. Mute you. It's been a very, very exciting conversation once again today. Yo. With you, and then so you better was it. Right? Once again, no. Before you just go cry, no. Remember what the various places are. If anyone would want to support you with their we do smite. So they all say unyangu kese no the max will be beating the abano. And you know the obia every team the bro be no matter how small it is no. So far to job na intiminya okwan kama ansa no akọ why
yo yeah papa yeda say yeda abusuafo na say achi thanks so much achi ne abide mea minuanoma de bia wo mboa me ne madwendwen nti yeda mu na say Kofi Chumber man so de no miwie ya as I say my friend na obomachi ma kakra nya hwe ja me ne na nti but yeda mase machro odo sani ye no me hu se moye concerned nti yen koso ne engage me de kra say when did we ever have this dialogue going yenye bisa da eno na me ka chiru bia say emre na aseson asesa na momma yem push on negativity ne ade ankofo beto agu yemu ne de the doings of MPP ne NDC inti mamombai into sa nonsense no mama yen no yen ho yen work it together ye tie bia no we could work it out yemre together na yenye just for Ghana yedamase nyame nhiramo yen page no ko www.kofikoranteng.com Ubeko donate hona bohun se any amount no ho wa ode mobile money eba no amount no clear keswa na wa can be say comment or message na we me donate na e do go through your friend gateway payment gateway no na wa ku donation no dey aba yenso yebe hu ni abeda wase mommoa na dream way enye ho ye so close minia ye ka enyoma yakoso kirewa enyoma ekoyi pa na monso monka mo ho na
the mobile car mobile bia so mama ewiase ne who say yes you've decided and let's move forward with this nti yedamase your account number no Koranteng number ni Vodafone number no 026 135 6939
okay
026 135 6939
okay
and we'll back through your friend saying you can you know your friend was send wave you know
send wave that's right
send wave you know no come up because we are send wave now sikana everything come up
beautiful
send wave you know so your Vodafone number into na mahini mode intina enwano no yedamase regular donate ne there through PayPal nti announce munim how secure PayPal security encryption na etie very very high nti yedamase monkoso mi ni nkomo na yenso yebekoso adi nkomo wachire ho na akobabo bia yebe decide no yebema yenu apanyi Mr. Berman so dia betumanim na yaye ne kama na obi ate no wase nti yedamase nyamishira
yo yenso yada ase bebre kama your website no very very well crafted so bibia de dane kwam na Vodafone number no ye wawo number na
mpacho ye me number
okay nti wa na ahwiska no so
there be kai se ye nipa 4 na o metu nipa na wo mo ehweso nti ye no mo kase kra ye try say yebe sign ebie account foforo na ye de beto so nti yeguso ehun bie ni yewo akentinka mema akentinka na ye omugu ha no ma omo say papa we dey mestre on say anka set up a day bi ochina say ye na ye wo office nanka mon frɛ na monso muntie nkrofo enuma sem kakra na enye se de bia Kofi Koranteng no aba no be
all right
so say ebe good say mo bema nkrofo bi nso a wo mo ka the inception of sadi we hu na no mo be take bibi nso afiri wo mo ho na ebe kama na enye se Kofi Koranteng na abeka bibi a kire mo na debi muntie fi nkrofo foforo ho nti ochina candidates ni na beba office ha say nti mo to me friends so na mo no mo keka at least 5 minutes bi crampo ebe kama
you yate na we dey quick one Kofi
de bia Kofi Koranteng na mo friend
your friend right beautiful na Kofi mo campaign no budget say na mayato was mbuchi me campaign
budget no chese ye budget no ye started budget na number 10 million
cedis and dollars
dollars cedis and ke emfa ho nwane but the tiene say so obi to me fasika ento obi do inti the more ankrofo de wo ho gi ade mu no it reduced the numbers no tremendously now papa the tiene say there fekra say to you imagine say nipa 10 million kase womo to ama Kofi Koranteng why do we need money ye sika bia so what they make what say inti no so ye nipa 10 million no mo frɛ no obi aka say ye beto ama Kofi posters or no posters then why do you need money you don't need money inti hono na ye pia energy na kose ubenya nkrofo a womo de womo heart and soul beji ade mu te say de mo amowo akwantifo radio mo agi atum say Kofi Koranteng na ekoi
that's right
Kofi wishful thinking
fans there also jima
nti na muna no mugitum say ya na ne na ye hu hia say yɛbɛda mo ase kama deɛ but na ɛho hia sɛ yɛbɛsɛn mu poster yɛbɛsɛn mu so nti ɛno ne yɛpɛ sɛ yɛyɛ sɛ yɛkasa me ne mo kasa wɔ mo twɛn me sɛ menka me ho na mempie mmra because my next appointment ayɛ ready nti ni na no ne yɛkasa kyerɛ amanfoɔ na amanfoɔ tie no wɔn sakra wɔn adwene wɔn bɛgye adi wɔn nyini ne nyini but yɛkɔ yɛ nim nti mo nso mo mfa mo ho nyimu bi because mo nso mo fidie kɛseɛ yɛkɔ akyire nti yɛda mo ase yɛhyira mo.
Beautiful. Kofi, me per question so. Nanka me wako. Na last one. On say you say cabinet no was say at least no 50% from parliament me boa. Na say other 50 ne dey obetime nya no outside of parliament me boa.
Be inside of parliament just say
say other 50 no.
No me na me de beba me dey no.
Oh okay. Na enye bia obetime abɔ nipa mienu bia wɔn bɛsɛ wɔ cabinet ama na
na some de mo cabinet dida you only actually fireman no na mo nim sɛ we cabinet we cross cabinet dey nsɛm na okay the cabinet de mo ka gum na mo the difference na say just say mo no ye nhye den tua mo ka so nso cabinet na mu na mo wo no nti mo nkoso mo ya de
Kofi, I like your political answer. Why? Yeah. Yeah, fancy. Nah, yeah, no, I see be for your time spent with us today. So the work can nyami adma ochna. We will have a conversation in the background so we can get other candidates, aspirants, also to have a word with them. So enjoy your evening, and then
thank you so much, Papa.
And then you unya o kokoni beans ni bi di me boa.
Menye bia di bisanhye fridge mu twɛn me. Enye easy o.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful. Yo, Kofi, and you better was it. Bye bye.
That's all the best, man. Thanks so much, everybody. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Yo, and it's here for Kofi Koranteng. Ana no abonkomo san ebreno enya ebre intino just a few words from any animal was one and then we can round up beautifully meeting num and then we can round up nicely into yashase or bombardier as well bombardier oh Prince you say Prince and Tim and Khan, Mamma call Ora Abby's way. Abby, oh, on mute, Nyanko. Ati,
I'm here.
You, Abby, your final word. Ati,
Papa Smiley, the last, I think the last but one issue Kofi raised. I think this thing has been going on for a long time. Ejabuachi's point was what Kofi raised. That we need to organize ourselves and do something. I think Midiema too has been saying the same thing. But I don't know why this thing is still hanging in the air. This shows, I think what Bobo used to say, that we cannot team up and do anything. Talk. I don't know whether it's suspicion. I don't know whether it is lack of our inability to organize ourselves. I don't know. But I don't know what sort of grouping or this sort of grouping, whether we are just here to entertain ourselves or to talk as usual, or we are here for a purpose. Nobody knows. So, I mean, this is something we have to take into consideration, whether we want to really be serious and do something or just merely entertaining ourselves is enough. Yeah, so that is because we are reminded by circumstances every time. But it doesn't go anywhere. So I wonder where this one will go. Because we can, if we organize ourselves well, the last thing I was trying to do for you, I mean, I've raised all these issues in it. You understand? But I don't know. Anyway, so this is the only issue I have. So I'm done. Hello?
That's Mali.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Yo, Papa Smalley, I'm done. Yeah.
Yo. And yeah, Yanko, or one champions way. Or one.
Yeah, Papa.
Yanko, also, Kakra over Cana. Come, Yanko. Bye.
Papa, the challenge is Kofi Akasa. All I'm saying. Watch it, and it's nothing external. Say, I would say a platform issue, Ibianaka. And I will be above one, no matter what. The work kind of no quick. Now, Mr. Martin say, Kofi, who say, Nipa, Epadi, now say, Nipa Yados, and the person at DB 8 years, and Kofi, and Yanubi. You to say, almost some Jenny Muma, the Naya Eba, a bemu. Sana a bebum. And I'm so almost 2 months as you hormone. I also a man yet fit. And my yena in a way of Masu and can say bemon. Sir Kofimu, any new animal, it's me money far. And yet, then, say in a baby muti, I cast on my bed, on Babepua. Na se see ya ye kase meme no meti han me hu se entichemu ewom entichemu me tese se mu se entichemu no ewom entichemu no ntire me se de me se me hu no me hu sana me hu se de na yin na ye pe no e betima ba hu no ne me hu se sa entichemu no ani papamu na me hu no no abamu ama omudi di pa kwa ba se Kofi se Kofi and ye know na Kofi aye any nefafo and I say ni animal ebia say omo ye on say omo nyina say be ka pelutin be bu pelutin be bu ayari ga bu omo nyina ba be kina ono mo nyina hu se die sa pasiko enkitin we no nyina no Jenna no ye tadi phone ye ya se no ye hu se o mani etimo no part A part B o mu ni ye no musu ani ban ni entutu na ekoso ye hu no enye timo mani ye no se ye yi opani we oba be ni yi sampani fu se sa partiku no ye no me fu ho no enu no papa enye mu kwa mo abo se no enye mu kwa mo abo se no ye no bi e wo kana ha no the bomb was a way where the moon be no. But and so you come a once you can you why I should any pick any I don't know or be a bit my day or be any general more and then we'll come on more with the computer climber. And then any inquiry what platforms in the moon come up with your dio. But I have been a bad effort or be one in the effort or be any general. Let's say it's a hey dear and the baby it's very dear. Median Koya mean say, and now choir first one idea for never many Jim. South from the moment which any gun hand in a memory amenity. Well, maybe to whom say, and no one might inquire in French a year. And you know, it's no when you know my year. When you know my year, now any panya or doma de moyano, because ye pay. But how much to Munuia? A better deal, so obitimitin the sick about 20 salma, a better deal, a bit hard journey. And to Kofi, not coming to catch your man off all platform which is the CIS, maybe a no more ye dear. They say, Sikaya Dibe, and a papa Busa Kofi said, and this and this white thing and there, but I would say a white Diana or say Kofidia. And to when no man start a year, can no man start a year, and can scan a begin the junk air for who. The name said, a year part in the diploma and the people who put in the daswo, and the people couldn't be an air swap. And the disciple scared the tone more, and yet by a party, you man in Manomina. When you cry, Jerry said, Kofi, baby, it's kind of about one of the vote for your number. Menka says, you, and never fit. And never fit. And never fit. Eya.
Oh, why don't you do any of it?
I never first say, I say, yeah, in for back war. And yet, who say because when I'm getting a party corner, I say, me, that look me for me, me, who's a party in Kitwane Dawson. I in a person, because we'll be a corner, 44555. Slano, sir, and you saw you who says, sir, two political parties were also more crown. Give me Slayina. Give me now, Papa. Because we'll be what if you do, I a party, sir, and no Yabe party. No one any part do it was something do it. A bit again. So with my aqua anymore. Say, so one can more than that's the same corner. Said the Kofi Kaye, YouTube name, internet, with my dadam, my more interviews. Oh, several radio stations, TV stations on the channel, at the PowerPoint. On the channel, arguments that through from 40 minutes and on the within the party, no, on the within more independent candidates, no, individuals, no, Ayaga, first Kofi Koranteng, Jacob, we will be a mobile to say no, you better wait to join. You better wait to peace FM. Wait here, wait to one more. Now, punches work as I can see and running from account to Kumasi. Our radio station is why they don't political platforms in this one. And your MPP name depend on Bush Tournament. You didn't independent candidate, artists or tournament or party for a host over the Omoke Canadian. We need new movie. Papa.
Okay. How are you? You better ask it. Mati.
Yo, Mati.
You better ask it. You better ask it. Na, opening case here. Ora Napoleon Bill. OTA all the way in Ghana. Opening case here. Ora ne that dream radio. What the alcohol no more. On the Apostles radio no. Nyankopon asem anase efutusem babu mu nsem nko ana wo mo eka wo wotufo pa na sisi ana wo frem no wo busam so watie yempa oh owura na eba owura Napoleon na wo ba enti ene yene ne monko mo kakra nsa na yama ambassador for Christ ene bobo aidebe edi bibia etwa so kama edi amaye yo ene ejabio on mute hu e ne yemo nkomo kakra why man say why the end the mute intino or mute yourself and then we can have a very beautiful conversation before we round up I'm say the internet is quite slow intino the microphone is not picking up from his end inti say Ejabio, ultimate cardia, let's always me out mute to one. Momodia na mute to who. Nemo, as his line gets connected and no say, Ubusam said, na Kofi Koranteng no cry one and one next say. One so unim Kofi, Ewo Ghana, which is quite disheartening. So, I had you know. Ya bambu pa se ejabio enim Kofi Koranteng yes eye se ene ejabio etie nti wate Kofi Koranteng ene the ideas hopefully if he should hear him one more or two more times maybe he will decide to vouch for Kofi Koranteng yo ejabio timenka Ejabio on mute ho. Let me say, "Udon sa boss ba ko pa no ano no." Ba ko pe. Say ayi issue kakra. Ejabio entimi on mute no ho. Well, Bombardier oh. Me ba. Bombardier.
Yeah.
You also 5 minutes or final word. Why?
The mechanic said, and a question answers, no, no, near Jama, a year, Ugia Kofi, Wabacha, Nadi, Intino. I hope, say, omekotwa dialogue ya ko se omehu ho na ekone de onko so omekono yesi eyi de dwakoje for mebu ene biom so no se nkabo mu wi no priority wi ba ko ne bu kabo membu se omunya ko ne content cracker hu so bia kotwa be se yi o se minim sika osom kotwa se 100,000 cities osom kotwa for your forms no abranka 100,000 no omunyina so mu 5 obi akotwa 100,000 koje forms free you are Madam James and wo isi wo office wana na so ko mu ba ko a commitment save se nipa 6 commitment save extra 500,000 na mu dia tie ba ko nechi omu di 600,000 no omu di 100,000 ba ko twa ba ko die na 500,000 no omu di akoye dai omu so di akoye campaign ni de kekeka ho na emu so manya ni sana so bia so ko content kwa dia ene Madam isi die o sure be pronounce correct obeje nso ebia na ko yeyi enti no media ka me pedia enu na amase se ohwe maka se ohwe Ghana parties omodo so pa CPP incoming branch no adan ka che ohwe 30 registered ina omo pa na doso CPP PPP GCPP PNC any de keke PNP ne keke na so de bia omo committee na Satan Dr. Edward Mama of the PNC normally CPP funds ko share say bia ba ko be ometias na ba ko be yenyi president fi ba ko mu na vice president ba no bia ko ende no matitima so be kaya even 92-93 krana even the second term of JJ krano onu kwa NDC for no mo votes pa no kom Great Alliance the other small parties ka say Eagle Party money one mo Reform Party mu nyina be ka ho onu kwa o mo jadodo no osun kwa say okopesa dia aka ne wedi ho so na mo amoye nketwa no enti se yanti unity na se obia ba kotwa ne 100,000 independent dia ennem dize eye just a wasted effort also mo nyina ka bonu fan shase na se mu nipa se movement ya se there's no way say obebi digana so a obeti ase with your cabinet and as obeti ase with the people no into say timi shase example you mean business anya sa dia na ko content ko ne hu se bal wan rekwa na paper no kwa bia wu so enso na isa je 100,000 wedi kwa enti omun kan na mu as start no omunyi baako na baako ntimi pese na sika na aka no omun fan to no fan ko ye campaign ne billboards because paper is ka sem on fi end in BPA samra mi kese enya dia Ghana for moyi graphic even no egu so omunyi na ko China for no the open 1 million t-shirt kwa that 1 hour be yama to be as samra mi China for no issue the den the omu t-shirts ne billboard no o hwe billboard kese a omuda ko say all the main highway meaning say independent can so much for this kotwa say ye bia say 5 times is ye billboard kese ne bia mamma ne mom ko ba ko dem sika nyina age na de enso so kakra na bitimi die aba no ne mo anya sa de na ze media ekoye say obia ten ho ne yi dia na ze meaning say omu is serious but well it doesn't prevent anyone say no anka se be ko ne die and yes ne obeka say interfokra no obi aba ne de nti bia ogin se bia okona se nka bomu so ekoye division so a ono a de o division na so odebeko bia ma ko kwame komo mo na mo de mba ye so no ahwempa na ton ho na mo kofa mba ye nti maba you just na se bia me ma adwe na enye pa ene me nka se me for me eye CPP na mismo akwa nti bia na sa na obi a ebitima ba obi nim nti se Ghana fon so samo pani yesu dia na me hu pa na se mu mini business enye se bia o abawe enye ensula na makwato ma ba ko na wo se wonye na obo first division wo sa wa promote na ba Premier League enye sa de ne na ko American League na American League teams ye ndi moto bia America NBA National Hockey League Major Baseball League ye mfo bia ko relegation nti ne wo pa krapa wa we no next season wo ko na be more better players sa na America into obia no ye serious was in mo nze de ya onko division nze Ghana de na
bombade
de oko first division onyamba enti papa na de betima ka fasa asem ndase.
Thank you very much Prince the bombade on bombade your obobo examples pa mo atini me bia se kama yentie ejabio kakra and then yema ambassadors for Christ Abba later on ejabio impom to say
hello
sabo ko de
hello
Yensu ho den pa, very interesting say you took time to listen to Kofi Koranteng. Kakra wo kano kafa ho e ne enko.
Yes. I was asking about who Kofi.
Okay. Unti ni din da on. Hey, and you Kofi wa juma.
So I think something. So who is he? Yes, but I don't know him for a long time.
Okay, all right. Kofi, as say, young can say, on a leader of a coalition of political aspirants. Right? Now, coalition, you know, independent presidential aspirants, they came together to form one group. Now, Obia wore a dream to become a president of Ghana, but obviously, no, they decided to come together and form one umbrella or come under one umbrella. And quite recently, about 2 weeks ago, they had a debate. It was Joy News. It was my Ghana mu. I don't know. Say uhu bi dia. And after that, you know, omuyi ora Kofi Koranteng say omra na omunidi the coalition. Na enye it is not so surprising say onye debe ontenenka. Enye surprising say ontenenka. Afina after say you know as the leader no they will be hitting the ground running. Enti ejabio o de te Kumasi hodi so hopefully no when they come to Kumasi on their campaign trips now you would then be able to hear of Ora Kofi Koranteng in Kumasi. Dr. Jingo ejabio ahoma to form enti your final word what na bibi or twen.
Okay, Papa Smiley. I just familiar. Only Mr. No independent presidential candidate in Montino. It's a bit much for about 10 years. We can say, maybe American say, you can lead a man to art and knowledge, but you can't make him to think. So I just say, and you know, I'm on organ on him, and almost the data, data. So I just say. And you know, at the end, you know, we will reach data previously come December. And you know, a big job on my Juma. That's why Juma has say, so just say, because medium, I can't say there's no way I may not support it. Independent presidential candidate. No way. And you know, Magin Yan Chenji, and Yan Chenji, and Chenji Ochina. You know, unless because they don't have it. They don't have the pathway to win election in Ghana. And it's so simple. People don't want to understand it. That's what they say. They don't have it. They don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the capacity. They don't have anything for independent candidate to win presidential election in Ghana. No way. So they say. And you know,
you, thank you very much. Never do I say, Dr. Jingo. And yeah, Bobo. And the Bobo.
Mr. Smiley.
And say, say, what is it? Urabio was it? Was it one day Kofi Koranteng being?
Papa, you said Friday 14. You seem like a crash. So, now, it's a bunny. There's one doctor say, yes, I will be busy here. You can't get on the premise, say, or say it be Jimmy. Get so early. There's another school of thought, say, maybe a yes, I will be soon, you know, things get done quickly. I'll leave that one. Ramen cancer. That's myself. Yes, I'm a bonus personal. Sometimes we wait until late, then we want to put our energy into things. Share a 24 at least. I can call a lot of things I have called for. Do you think, say, any interested party in independent presidential candidate, what system can they justify today that they have fought that would have made life easy for them? Let me give you one example. One is investing in the media or a platform or structure that would help. Over 24 radio, Mali, so financial, you are mobile, you are all the infrastructure, you are with that meeting, you are Google, everything that will make him to make this service is coming from his pocket. He spent all his hours also in doing this. I've done it for 4 years. Occasionally, people voluntarily make some contribution. You know what this platform stands for as independent, view. I'm asking, how many of these independent candidates who need support for Control Radio have invested in a Control Radio? And my education say, Papa, let me say this for a blank. I need to say these things. Okay? You can have nyansa on paper on. But nyansa a year jumano is nyansa on paper so that can be delivered. Mami chumu the couldn't make us. Papa obi a wonyi kumasi bi ani of efra akobi asumadu ho. No opoku ware o kire economics. You of your friend amamfo ono so kire economics. Na amamfo no oti ha amadia. Na asumadu no papa smale. The book no esopa. Every answer who needed to pass your A-level exams, you find it in Asumadu book. But Asumadu book on Eson. And now I'm for or no scholar like Asumadu, but I'm for making A-level economics so simple. And in fact, the whole Ghana, it came to a time that everybody was buying a Manfo book if you want to pass economics. Asumadu ni my dear. Onim nyansa. So bet my funny book now ko true you pass your A-level economics. I'm on for the book it will be but on the economics now o saturi di na what here. What I say? Fine. Enti what who say nyansa be nyansa entimi nya adwuma so no it can bring results no. A good nyansa be cannot deliver results papa smally. Enti social reforms, say ABR politics in Ghana today. Whatever we wanted to achieve today should have started 4 years back. What reform do you need to do that gives you a playing field, that gives you a stakehold? Yeah, train Emadeko could do now. Obu do that nowhere. Okokoye, easy. Okay, last minute need disqualifying go for by heart. You bet me smart also. Now you be disqualified. What I say in trick is new. We say, if you don't start doing something today, when it gets to the day, it's very, very, very difficult. Second part, personally, meaning we've been talking about this fun thing. We said this on this station. Number of initiatives we've raised issues. Can be. What is it? It's difficult for people to put their hand in their pocket. The website be to ho. It may be brave to ho. I'm wondering, if you listen to a 24 radio, you don't hear advert. So you ask yourself, how does this thing happen? It's just voluntary love for the country. Independent. So, you could do Ghana. What I say, independent candidates now, we need help. We need help. A 24 radio is a source of help. But what investment did you also make in a 24 radio that you also need help now? Papa, Bible, or see me yarda hono. Over here, man, I'm a boy. And the kind of Bible. And in Jewudiano, and a ucha. Papa, meaning set men can, but I'm only saying this for us to think twice. Set me be why, yeah, yen shin yen and I'm 2 years. So, baby, you are come on. That's where your treasure is. We talk, it's fine. It be a bigina, 8 million every day, so 3 hours of your precious time. So, yes, why in Bakun? Why in the South for 5 years? Also, if you did know about 3 o'clock, or Bekasa to say something that helps this country. So, he invests his time to help. Others could have also done it in some way. Meaning, say, Yansen, what if you deal with see? Sebi, Sanky, in I boa crack. Nanke pull for common founder. Papa Smalley alone could have been a giant to make things happen. But Sebi, also yes, there's something pushing him back. Remember, many be castle baby. Nipa no muti ready way. I was shocked. So people listen to the station. And this year making investment kakra. So Papa Smalley, any 20, 30 yen famra. So Sebi, movie bri trebi. Ebi ane osenka akoto alumbo. Osenka akoto Guinness from Sainsbury's. Okay, watch it, Papa Smalley. You 10 akoto, you 20. Now at least ebi at 300 or 400,000 pounds. They are to 1 month. The following month, Papa, 50, 100 pounds. Little things he can gather and bring a lot of things on board. That Nyama yebe can a problem in Nkebe. A 24 radio could have done a magazine. A 24 radio wanted to do a write-up. I had a seat of government every time. We wanted to create regional correspondence. We say, apart from Angelo, any few people who help voluntarily, no one. So, Nyama or how beti maye and kane and you could have created a scene. Say we can create a big breaking news, a big mouthpiece. I say, but oh yeah, nice. I question what we can if you bottom. So, and if you want the change, speak to Papa Smalley. Ask Papa Smalley, what are some of your problems? What are some of your concerns? What can we do? And yes, I really no solution in your solution back home. And you for a trade book, Papa Smalley may say, I dare be obey all your plans, all your dear. Now it cannot be work. My mentor learning teaching methods. Papa was a woman over your Ghana as well. The same package can be delivered to you here, but method instructions now also it made the learning easy. What I say? Enti overcall Ebia Ghana University. Na ulecha ba. Babelecha. Noko. So Oshe has also our preparation as well. Advanced literature, the syllabus now. You obey and near the amount. They start the referencing material over here and the amount in advance. So you have to prepare even before the lecture comes. Or lecture number so what? The money and bulletin points. So we are not sorry. Was I refer at Webby? It's equally YouTube because at our account. In the home say, Ubesia Adiano as a doctor Ghana Ube feeling whereby small be pass it. Why? And any intellectual in this platform or Ghana. We your business plan, we are the ones who been paying for your Juma. Question yourself, say the instructional manual for deliverables, no a problem. Let's think twice. Now let's be realistic and rational. Now let's think on our feet. Say what is practicable. All
right, thank you very much, big man Achibobo, producer, and I'm going to say Ejabio, why in voice note kakra ediaba. Yentie, and then we can round up afterwards.
Why no Kofi Koranteng? It's answer no woman bitie no me koso me mu bebre. But community Kofi Koranteng enka. Enti metie mu nra. Ena enenso metie the whole story maka nyina. Me hu se ni hyehyɛ yɛ nsusu yɛ na kwan bɛn no susu sɛ obetimi afa so to become the president he intended to. Isan sɛ yɛn man yi mu no ya ɔhwɛ isan sɛ individual or coming as an independent no enye easy, especially when it comes to Africa, in particular where I know Ghana but yɛn man yi mu no sɛ nkwantonkore ebetimi aba no ɛyɛ ade a ɛdin. But he have very good and very good ideas. Or on the same our cano is so mako. Meaning say enipa bi aba pen abeke kanoma say so come. But umbeba 1 2 bon say no one won't tell in can be. Inti Kofi is sure and he's preparing say Ghana for very support to mano. Na obetuma ye bibi aboa ama oman no atimi ayenkoso oka about corruption ane party bia against no yonko MPP against NDC against NPP but wo mienu nyina ma yenhu the concrete evidence e kire say party we ba no ne bone odi ye nie enye the same show and ono so ebe fa efra ama yakọ because becoming a president, you being the president is not difficult. But they are the people and they are the problem. And Kofi say or the men to whom he believed so said they are men city. And if she is prepared and they are unprepared very well, so that we be very good men to work with. Another point in say some of the offices you have is those there cannot be changed and they woman so because so any wudwumedie na obedie nyina no enti Kofi say o fi say o adwuma bi beye o man no mu na yo adwen say o pese obedie o mampani dia be prepared and prepare well. Esa say won hihye no hye ma wo kan de ebebo a o man ne de na say beye enti minim ebia me amenyimenti won kan danti na minhu se de udwumedi eko esitie eni nipa dodo ate won ka e wo manum a osusu se wo betimi aboa ama otimi abeye o mampani ena de etoso biom ni se onhihye mu no excuse me onhihye mu no se obetimi aboa esa se the grassroots wo mo from pa ena do so it is a mutra eso e kasa radio so ahodo no a efom hofo no nyante hwiu wo mu so neto aba no mo de se eso for the mutiate mu a but eso hofo ani wo mu a wo mu boa ma obi betumi abaye o mampani otimi baye enti eno so de na o ya fa ho betumi aboa no ama wotumi abeduru saa pempen so na opeso obeduru no ma me fensia e kiri mesen busa asem foforo.
Yes, all you see why because one fence one Kofi tie and ya and some will be sunny there. Bobo and some say I know what you so
on the pa a Jenny no what but shall send them so Kofi why be kakra means or you can craft a reply. So, secondly, the Macassa made within what dance a pie, the what they are working community in America.
That's right.
Yes, so wonderful. So, all candy pa boom, Ghana for more America. And our Dr. Jingo Crane through the program be an oye, if any Sikasem. And now, Kofi equity, be high life investment account. The only Ghanaian it me boa Ghana for more Americano. Momo your contribution your investment account or mutini koto fi ano moton. So or health or my health advice. So health hour. And no service name away or no doctors be the crown into me yes animal. Into why that part no. So but what we say the assembly here pioneer on the ground and be in Ghana and people accepting you. So into Sunday a bit man with him papa. Nyansan is as good as the way people accept it. Into what it back with no more say oh Ghana for na minim sen come up American come the American be should be FA and no more come for a joke there. What I say? Papa, into resource deliverables. Papa people must say yo. People must maintain fine jumano. You know what I first see. What I say? And then what the good policy beba. And so policy no enya juma da adentia is the implementation. Papa, you discuss good ideas wapa. So but ideas is good as possible that it can work and it's be on the ground. What is on the ground? What is the people's mindset? What do they think? What do they perceive you? The tribal corner is not prepared to negotiate with you. How do you break that chain? Step by step, a long way to go. But let's start the discussion now. Because there was a genuine problem, and if you don't think outside the box, our problem will not be solved. And the way we are going about it, so it's also not the right way. So, something must be done, but we are looking for the magic hand. Maybe the magic touch will come from somewhere. So,
you. Thank you very much, Bobo. Na yamfa jumediano emre wiye sampen pensue. It's been another marathon. And Kofi ono ana ho ahihye no. Ne ho ahihye no pa na see when you are told some of these things are it shouldn't discourage you, but it should awaken the giant within you to forge ahead with greater solutions to the various issues people have raised. One of the very things that has been quite prominent in the discussions, how all the very ones who would want to go independently, will be able to come together. I think that will be a huge measure of seriousness on these candidates to Ghanaians. We hope, sir, Kofi, together with the other guys, Abi Ehohianopa will hit the ground running right away. So utie ora bio enso asemo a wokan ya so on you tie radio pa enso wonte enye na enko wonte Kofi Koranteng kura nkada in fact quite saddening, but said me kan no it should tell you say then he has to do more. So that is all. Saddening the obey saddening mum. What is the sadness calling forth within you? I know, sir, many people are tired of the dichotomy now. But doing away with the dichotomy, a Herculean task. No two ways about that. And I hope, sir, those who would want to do away with the dichotomy are prepared to do that job. One thing that I have realized
why have you come to take over my room?
Over the time past, and they say you see say open say okay NPP ni NDC outer, there are various ways of doing that. Say ubetimi aka say the party NPP NDC no more no there. I think say no more there a Herculean task. I think say nuntina and da Kofi ka say one no the onya na adwen so kobubu party bia there be table onkonya anya say onya na adwen sa. Okay, just allegorically. Na one of the very ways you will be able to change the NPP or the NDC, and they say you will be able to get the very ones within the NPP to forge ahead, say, or they will forge the agenda, say the party will seek the interest of Ghana. In that way, you have gotten what you want as well. But to kick them out, that is another tough job altogether. Nti adwuma no so sɛ wotie Angelo interview a ɔyɛ mmeranteɛ yi a wɔn deɛ wɔn sɛ ɔno deɛ MPP a no wɔde yɛ deɛ bɛyɛ wɔde kɔ. But if you are able to prompt this young man, let's say wonim nyansa na mmom bi a na ada, you are able to prompt him to know something bigger, something wonderful. Even so decided say only MPP na ekwa said the obesi adwene no be de be ebesisa enti say obeyi NDC obeyi MPP afiri honom no ya de kese pa aja bio was want take Kofi Koranteng da me sure say the aja bio sitie no na dia wo pe MPP ana NDC me sure so open sa and so was want take Kofi Dinda enti ni fa no woko sisi a abanyansa fo ebunu be yenka nasem and I say kese enkoma Kofi Koranteng for his time spent with us today as well. Na mabejafo nyina fire Bobo Abe Bombardier opani Kofi Chumberima Uncle Bodi Spain ana Dr. Jingo Dr. Jingo and no BBRC wow so otechire honum etie dwumadie no na se kese enkoma Angelo all the way in Ghana. Me Angelo de me sure say wati Kofi Koranteng din pen se nura kora wotie ye hint no wati Kofi Koranteng din pen we hope say nyame adom a ochina we'll be able to say the Kofi Koranteng suggest get all the other guys also on board netie omonso anu asem kakra Medino Papa Smiley minam di dwumadie ho chia me Samri sorry sui no Bibi the turning to God's word dwumadie ebrey Bibi all the way in Finland ano this dwumadie ebrey nti taha netie saa so na dwumadie no ebetwagu Apostles Radio ebetwagu Apostles Radio nti utie turning to God's word ewa 24 radio no na ebi twagu ewo Apostles Radio Abrabopa Radio ana a 24 Radio GH as well. Until sa nyame yad ma ochina yebeba na yabeto ankomudie no so mo video no he ya netie turning to God's word dwumadie. Bye bye.
It's a
be the boss.